Welcome back to day 2 of the OCE Regional at Melbourne, where we have an extremely exciting top 8 prepared for you today. We got triple peak action going on here. This is going to be some peak UniVersus. We've got a Nick Reagan and a Pony, a Reiner Warrior, a Bako, a Bakugo 4. Pretty diverse meta here in this top 8, and I'm very, very excited to jump into it. Tam, Jesse, what are y'all's thoughts here? What are y'all's favorite matchups going into this?
I think it's time for the cat to shine.
Yeah.
Bako is taking names, and I am looking at this, looking at the if sir I feel like this cat they had is a really good matchup into peak, like in general, just if like because the deck has the same objective of just like, hey, I'm doing these small incremental damage, and he's like, well, I'm doing a lot of penalty reductions. It's gonna. I feel like the cat's gonna win this. Has a better shot in those matchups, but it's got to get through this Bako first. Which
True.
I think this is the same Bako we saw in round 1 yesterday, that just kind of lit up the sky. And I was just like, okay, we're just winning on turn 2. Because
Speaking of round 1, I would love to actually push us to the full character breakdown from yesterday and talk about some of the characters that didn't actually end up making it here. The big outlier being, where's the king of the monsters, David? He's just not inside of our top 8 whatsoever.
Yeah, we had a couple King of the Monsters very, very close. One unfortunately went 3 wins, 0 losses, and 3 draws. So the draws kind of came and slayed Godzilla, but honestly, Peak was just doing a little better Godzilla reenactment here yesterday. I can add 3 damage to everything, but I also have speed control, and that's just a little extra value above Godzilla. So has Godzilla been slain from the meta? I don't think quite yet, but has Godzilla been upstaged in this particular event by Peak? Absolutely.
Yeah, and then Jesse, as you look at the rest of the pie chart, we had multiple characters with Hanj, Devil Jin, Toga, also not represented inside of our top 8. One of the Byakos got to squeak by. Are you surprised by this at all?
I'm not surprised. The Hanzoi is a good deck. There's a deck there. I think we are so early into the meta with this format that we're just like, we got to find the right mix of cards for this deck to have viability. Like, it seemed like when we watched one on stream yesterday, the deck was like, it gets there eventually. It has that end game, that long term, but it has to find a way to protect itself through the turn 2 and turn 3. Once it gets beyond turn 2 to 3, that deck just sits there and be like, you can't kill me, and I am going to eventually get you with the backup burn. Like, that's a great line. That Devil Jin is kind of where it is now. Like, it's a really good aggro deck, but once again, it has to find the cards to get there.
Makes sense. Yeah, I totally agree. I think these characters, while very high impact, might have just had a little bit of poor luck or found, what we thought the king of the monsters in the room was Godzilla, but it actually ended up being Peak. David, 3 peaks and made it into our top 8. Most represented character, most represented conversion rate. Do you think that it is based on the fact of people knew this deck was coming but didn't pack enough answers to it? Or do you think even through the answers, Peak was going to dominate and have a dominant performance at this event?
I think even through the answers, I also think that Peak attracts players who are very, very strong. I think there's a strong skill expression to the character. You have to know, when are you building? When are you popping your foundations? When do you want to lay off and keep them there? Do you want the speed? Do you want the damage? I think there's a lot of skill expression to the character. So I'm not surprised that early on the players kind of piled into Peak. I don't think that these decks, by the way, are doing anything unfair, right? When we watch the Peak matchups, I'm not like just blown away thinking this deck is absolutely too strong. There's just so much incremental value that the character gets over other characters. I really liked the order version though, because we've seen a lot of death decks, at least in early deck builds among the player base. But the order version, getting Lightning Rod and Colossus Swat, was pretty fun to see. 8 cards that build into and continually get to sacrifice foundation. So yeah, I think it was just the incremental value of the character above others, and all the buttons to press attracts pretty skilled UniVersus players. Were you surprised we didn't see any other Apocalypse characters in our top 8 here?
I am. Well, actually, I mean, we'll get there. Starting at the bottom, Jesse, Pony versus Reiner, Alex Gurney versus Braden Simpson. What are your thoughts here? I am a massive Pony fan. If I was told you have to play for every accolade possible, the character I would take is actually not the Beast Titan. I know that's crazy to say. He's my favorite character, but I do not think he's the best character in the room. I really think that some of the pieces with the AOT 3 Apocalypse that have come out, Pony is a force to be reckoned with, and I'm so happy that Alex here is representing. But what are your thoughts on Pony versus Reiner as a whole? Who do you think is postulated to take this match to move on to our top 4?
Look at it, going between these two characters here. I'm all for Pony in this matchup. I think it just has. I think there's one thing where that I saw was going through the deck list. I was like, what is the new line for Pony to gain? And once again, I'm really hoping we see some Kiyomi's lineups here.
Yes.
Let me tell you, what does Pony need? Sometimes just a little bit more card draw, a re-ready. Well, how about we play Hunter's Ally? Let's just go get our Kiyomi and put it and build it. And then you're just off to the races with that card. Or you could build a new one late at a certain point in the turn and replace it. And you're like, all right, I got a fresh one ready to go. Do the same thing again. It's exactly what the deck needed.
Yeah, I do think the Pony is favorite, but there are certainly some tricks that Reiner Braun Warrior has that hopefully Braden will be able to show off in his own match and take that down. Reiner Braun Warrior is very Ghidorah shaped. He's a little awkward to kill. If you can figure out how to navigate his health total correctly, the backswings this character can produce are really, really strong. And that is one of the easiest ways for Pony to get clapped is that backswing potential. And there's probably not a better character in the game right now that does it better than Reiner Braun. So I'm really excited to see what the results of that are. David, we talked about Peak. We talked about not being being the only represented AOT3 character, fighting against some say is the most recent unfair character. We've got Reed Roswell on Nick Reagan versus John. I'm going to mispronounce it. Shahan on Peak Finger Under Death. What are your thoughts here as we have both these characters giving tons of speed and tons of damage?
Yeah, on this one, I could honestly see Peak being overwhelmed pretty early in this matchup, or at least that the Reagan puts so much pressure on Peak that forces Peak to use up their stage very, very early, and then it's difficult to deal the full 33. We saw that this Nick Reagan was extremely aggressive. It was a very tuned list to where it was underneath 100 cards, which I know that's not saying much and UniVersus as a whole, but in terms of Reagan decks, that's like a very, very small build, and so pretty tight ratios there. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Reagan can put so much pressure on the Peak that the Peak can't really ever build up a stage to fully backswing the Nick Reagan. That being said, a couple Colossus Swats, Peak could find it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that there is a world where John could potentially even mill out and survive the storm when it comes to what Reed has got going on. I am excited to hear about the matchup there. But David, one more question for you. What Peak do you think is better, Death or Order? Do you think that Zane Landrigan, our current OCE national champion, will be able to take down Aiden Gilberti in the Peak mirror, but not quite a true mirror? It is Death versus Order. What are your thoughts here, man?
Yeah, I actually think that this would typically, you think of mirror matches as, I guess, not quite being as exciting as other matches, because in UniVersus you're watching two different characters try and push two different game plans, and who can push their game plan better than the other one. And so, a peak mirror, hey, I'll give plus damage, I'll give minus damage, I'll give plus speed, I'll give minus speed. That might not sound the most exciting. I actually think that there's so many buttons to press here that this would be a really fun match to drop into, and I would enjoy seeing an order versus death matchup. That being said, I have no idea who's going to take it. I know Zane is really, really skilled, and we saw Aiden pilot his deck pretty well. So yeah, toss up for me.
I think actually, if I had to shoot from the hip, and it might be a little ambitious here, I actually think Order Peak has it in the mirror match, strictly based on we saw how important Colossus SWAT was to all of these Death Peak plays. Aiden gets to play both Colossus SWAT and the Lightning Shot. And so like being able to build in so many, I think I said the name wrong. It's
Lightning Rod.
Lightning Rod. Yes, thank you. Building in all these extra foundations, having more foundations to utilize that game plan of destroy my foundation to get these extra stats. It's possible that Aiden just has more resources available to push more stats or even defend himself a little bit stronger. I think that is a match that I'm a little bummed that we're not going to get to see. But I will say, Jesse, we talked about it a little bit. Bako versus Bakugo. Sam Taylor versus Jake Gott. You said your money was on the big cat. I saw this Bakugo deck, and it looked clean. Convince me why the big cat Bako is going to take down this whole tournament, or at least better than this Bakugo.
Really, I think that the cat's got it in the bag. I'm going to stand by that. I think that the peak decks, while they're the new hotness, I think just tried and true, we have this eventuality of either I'm going to flip your board and we're going to hit you with some big fists, or I'm just going to keep throwing you until you're dead. Those are the lines here that we are going to see. And I'm all for it. This deck's playing just efficient attacks, a perfect amount of defense. And it's one of the few 5-hand size characters that just has like, hey, I'm a 538. You gotta climb up. You gotta climb over that's a hard climb. That's not very. There's almost no character outside of Nick Reagan. I think maybe the only thing that could climb that in one turn.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that fully. But here's my next question for you, David. Convince me why Bakugo's got it in the bag. Obviously, we've got a big cat lover. David, why is this little angry kid gonna take us down?
Well, Bakugo 4 was the round 1 on stream yesterday. By the way, I just have to say that I love like his gold rings, gold watch, gold bracelets with the gold chrome. Like there's just an aura, and
True.
That matters. Bakugo's got aura here in this matchup, and we saw Bakugo turn 2 yesterday. We saw that the raw power of being able to clear, starting off with a rabble rousing, giving everything damage, that if the deck draws hot, I wouldn't be surprised if it could deal a full 38. But I'm going to be kind of, for this match, joining our viewers and sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying the show for this one.
Absolutely. And you have a good one, David. Me and Jesse are going to jump in with Bako at a build 1 pass? What? That's not what we want for our 5-hand size aggro character. What is going on?
I mean, I definitely saw a mulligan happen. So that was with a mulligan. That was that was a build 1 pass. I mean, you're a 5-hand size. You live and die by it.
Yeah, absolutely. But if there was a card to want to find, I guess a Father Sin is acceptable after you play this card. Mill of 4. If 2 of them happen to be attack cards, we'll get to draw. Unfortunately, didn't get to have that trigger, but we are coming out swinging with an overhead hammer fist. One of the key pieces in I'm going to do this the entire time, in Byako's kit of massive stats as soon as I get develop a stage, and flipping more foundations if you attempt to block me.
Yeah, double overhead is like kind of the linchpin of this deck. Of I eventually, if the throws don't get you, eventually I flip your board, and that's where this will get. It'll finish off a lot of players. Like,
Yeah,
I've seen it
absolutely. Becoming
once
truly
I've seen it
unblockable.
happen. Yeah.
But from here, it looks like we're just going to be down to take this. These are the moves that we are allowed to take, as Bako's only giving +1 damage. But build 2 feels very good. We got a momentum a little early. And now, because of this Thunderous Roar, +3 damage on every move is going to be our idea.
Wait a minute. I'm just trying to. Okay, it's thunder. Okay, that's Thunderous Roar. Okay, I am so used to the other art of Thunderous Roar
Sure.
Because I think it's a North American grouping versus the OC. OC probably has to play with the reprints, where a lot of people in North America, we have the originals.
That's fair. That's super fair. But Thunderous Roar, an absolutely massive tool. Enhanced commit. This your attack is +1 speed for each of your rivals face downs. If you have 30 or more cards in your discard pile, which Bako is very easy to have happen, +2 speed instead. But if this Bakugo plays these sweeping daggers, removes these attacks, that number gets a little lighter every time. Scary stuff.
We are deciding what our target is here. Yep. Looks like we're going with a Titan Glyph.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, discard up to 3, redraw, building in a 6 diff if we possibly have one. Just doing that hand fixing, proving that as Bakugo, we started ahead. We're going to push ourselves even further ahead. You got only a build 3. I could easily see us if Jake decides to discard a bunch of attack cards and then rebuild. We could grab a ton of specific resources to redraw and build out, even potentially to deadlock if we are not afraid.
Yeah. It doesn't look like from the deck list there is no six checks to build out, but still being able to just a deck that is all about trying to find all the cards. I'm more than happy to get rid of 3 review 3 foundations and have 3 fresh cards in hand.
Totally makes sense to me.
We'll see what we can do here.
We'll say Bako played the Dark Tournament Looms, picked back up our momentum. We've very much valued our double overhead hammer fist. And so from there, checking a rabble rousing to attempt to play this irate scowl. I think this is a acceptable trade, although bummed about losing a rabble rousing so early.
Yeah. The one thing we have to remember is with Byako's defensive line is Bakugo kind of just says, "Oh, you're playing penalty plan for your damage reduction." That's not going to do much here. So I think we're really on the flip the board plan with all this attack lineup.
Yeah, totally agree. The more we can make Bakugo stage face down and blank, not only the less impact Jake and Bakugo are going to have on the current board, but the easier Bako will have at cracking through and stopping the defensive pieces as well. No, totally agree with you. Totally agree.
Let's see what we got some interesting. I'm looking over this deck list. I'm trying to get a full view of what we got going on here. There's some cards I have not in this deck I have not seen play in a minute. Concern for a Friend is playing multiples of that. That's a solid draw card. We'll take those. It's a really good line. I actually really like the consistency of this list. Everything has a reason to be here. There's a lot of small defensive pieces. There's the necessary massive size and dangerous hybrid because we want to just get a 5 diff foundation on the board. And we're playing for referee jury, which still stands as one of the best cards for Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah, whenever we get there, I'm sure that we'll be able to talk about the defensive referee jury loops. But Bakugo coming out a second irate scowl, the 3rd attack of our turn 2. We picked up the We picked up the overhead hammer fist to block with it, but from here, the second Iris Scowl is going to land, dropping Bako all the way down to 27.
Check the 2. Ill-timed, but get that aerial recon on the board, which will definitely something I won't lie, I would want that. I want that flipped more than anything of the face-up foundations, just because it's something that can ready up from the face, just built-in ready to Byako's discard. I don't want that card. I don't want that card to I want A, to show my hand, or B, I don't want it to be just allowed to be ready.
I think that's fair. I think that is important. I will say though, if Jake decides to utilize the ability to re-ready that card, it is another face down foundation for us to deal with, or to have to be that much closer to these very unblockable moves. But Bako playing our own Titan Cliff. Our last one was stolen, but we're gonna play this one. Flipping the 3 or milling the 3 to force my rival to flip 1. Man, the foundations in Jake's stage very, very blank. We don't have a ton.
Also, one thing to point out, once again, I actually want to do the final. I'm going to be doing the count through this. Main deck 3x filled with doubt. I loved it.
For which character?
For Bako.
Yeah.
The Bakugo is playing theirs in the board, though. Like, it's just like I think almost every deck this weekend, the amount that are playing that action and are also playing the moment of normalcy. Like, it's almost just an omni now. It's like, yeah, you're just taking, those are in your deck slots. Like, why are you not playing this card?
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. I mean, imagine taking and blanking, sealing this Titan Cliff, saying, "Hey, you don't get the redraw, you don't get the rebuild. It's just a blank, big, scary move. All the low cost of a card in our hand." This is a consistency piece, a board fixer. Blanking this one would have been very, very cool. I'm sure Jake is sitting here kind of kicking himself. Hey, why didn't I put this in my main board to deal with these power pieces? Sam is feeling great though.
Yeah, it looks like we've hit the 30 card. Looks like we have hit the 30 cards, so we're stacking up some ultra regen. Like, hey, we want to build a big wall fast.
But I will say, we're probably Bakugo very aptly using a Botan's coaching to discard and then redraw for both of us. I know you stacked that 6 Bako, but it's gone. But from there, we had the patience on Sam's end to hold our Titan Cliff, discarding 2 cards to then redraw 2 cards, getting those high difficulty foundations out of our hand to redraw into some better options.
Check the 3 here.
On the full block, the question is, could be coming from the big cat. We do have +4 damage on every single move.
That's the only thing. That's my thought.
Calorie counter would be pretty scary, but I don't know. 4 damage move. We check a bunch of 5s.
Oh. Yeah. I love this attack. I wish more people still played it.
Yes, calorie counter. What's this one do?
So calorie counter, if your previous attack was blocked, when you go to play this as your next attack, it is -3 difficulty. Remember correctly? And it gets +2 and gets +2 speed. So it comes in as a 5 mid for 6. And then if they block the 5 mid for 6, you gain 2 and you get and you target flip. We'll take those. Like, this is the one that's like when you go with like the throw lead with Bako. This is like always the one you want after the throw, because most people are going to block the throw. That's like, hey, I'm going to make this throw for 12 damage. All right, I'll block it, take 6. I'm like, well, now catch the big attack to follow it. Well, so looks like I've been advised we're in the middle of a reconnect. Sorry about that, everybody. Looks like we're gonna keep coming in here after that calorie counter, and we are playing a Moon's Wrath. Another solid, another good card. This is from, we're gonna go in and we're just gonna get some speed here for all those face downs. So we're just ramping up this. We're just trying to push. We're trying to knock this health down. We might be able to get a good line here. This is actually a newer card to the Bako list. And the whole plan here is once again paying off for the eventuality. So we're going in with a 7 high for 10. And he's at 13. That is now we're ready. We're probably ready just to activate Thunderous Roar here for the finish.
All right, how we sending now? We better?
Yep.
Back? Perfect. Yeah, Moons. The Moon's Wrath is such a sick card in Bako. I'm very happy it's getting showcased here, especially after this very devastating calorie counter. Our board is incredibly healthy here. I would be so nervous if I was over in Jake's position. One more attack and it is over. Did the 5-hand size character only building one? Are we going to steal this game, Jesse?
I think if we had the attack, we would be launching it. So I think at 3, we might be passing back at 3. But we did a lot of damage to the board with this.
That is the question. What is relevant to be played? Do I push my advantage here, or do I continue to build out? And it looks like build is the right call.
But it looks like we built out. We got to build the prepared for an ambush, which is, I enjoy this card so much. This is the other card from the Critical Role that just makes this deck. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go block my checks +5. It's so bonkers. You're like, all right, like, did my deck do what it's supposed to do? All right, I flipped your board. Good luck.
Is this not dedicated artisan? Am I crazy?
I thought that was. My apologies. I
do think prepared for ambush is very good, but I also think in this matchup in particular, dedicated artisan also is going to do a lot of work. After my rival draws a card, I draw a card. Half of Bakugo's game plan is to make this 5-hand size character discard cards. If they opt to draw any cards, we get to re-find them back in our hand. Both cards, I think, very, very good.
My apologies. Right, but yeah, it's I think because of I use a lot of arts to define the cards, and a lot of the Critical Roles cards, especially have the black bar art to it. You're like, yes. You get the wrong cards. You get the cards confused. So I think
that's super fair. But we do have the game plan coming in. Bakugo playing a foundation first, feinting, moving, jiving just a little bit about what our turn looks like, and the answer is. It's looking like a bit of a light turn. I think our goal here is we're going to be using the Bakugo once per turn to clear out this foundation out of our card pool. Once that card is cleared, we'll be able to use the responsibility on push the advantage to redraw. And then getting rid of refrigerator is so good. And our hopes are we have to find the gas 29 right now, or I think the game is going to be over. If we pass back, I think we're just going to lose.
I really think the ultra regens are we're about to see like the ultra regen stuff happen, and that's where I'd be the most concerned. Like, yeah, we're gonna regen here for 2 cards. Like, we did the best. We got like the right amount of damage. We're like, all right, I'll just take the poke. You got it.
There is also another line, a really heads up line here. It's past now, but maybe we'll see it in a future line where we take and we Thunder Spear our rival's attack of enhance commit. This says your attack gets the speed bonus. And the whole point being that playable while committed, a tenacious ability of having the take any card out of our discard pile, add it to our hand. That puts that refrigerator that we lost back in our hand. Not the line we're going to go for, but just showcasing the very cool lines that this Bako is able to take. And do you remember how we started this turn with no cards in our hand from a Bakugo discard? And now we're blocking it like it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping down to 21 from the partial block.
Yeah, it looks like we are holding a counter countering toss in hand. Like we want to protect that throw. That's the plan here. It's like, all right, I have enough cards in discard. Thunderous Roar is ready to kick it off. I want to put all this speed and damage on a throw and just be like, good luck.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be game over. As Jake, as Bakugo, we just did not find enough to hit the big cat. I think that this, you're right. I think the Thunder Sword with all of these face downs is going to spell doom. I'm counting plus 14 speed on our first move, 14 for 16 if we use the first enhance to flip with Bako. And here it is. You said the name of this one. It is
Countering toss.
Countering toss.
I love this. This card's it's a throw that if you block a throw with it, you take no damage.
Oh, that's cute. 4 difficulty, 4 mid for 4. Love this.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. And there it was. No throw hate over on Jake's side. Bako taking it down 1-0. But it makes sense. Bako went first. Yeah. Although, hey, we went first, and we actually won that game on a singular foundation, Jesse. Wowzers.
Yeah, we'll take I think that's looking at the size of the decks here, it's like the Bako deck's a monster. It's like, yep. Even if I get the 30 cards in discard, I still got I'm trying to do the list count. We are definitely in the 75 possible. I think we're like 75 plus range. So we're playing a very heavy deck. We're objectiving to just be so aggressive with the Father Sin and the Bako ability just to get our deck turned over as quickly as possible.
And I will say, I think on the Bakugo side, the constantly ask each other, hey, what's the thing that Jake could have done a little differently in that game? If you remember, on turn 2, I think we played 3, if not 4 attacks, trying to play as many attacks and get this health total down from this Bako. There's a world where after we got in our first poke and we cleared a little bit and drew a couple cards, a massive build out, hold those attacks for a later turn, just because of how weak Byako's stage was. For every attack that we decided to play afterwards, it was 3 more cards milled off the top of Byako's deck for his own damage pump that pushes him to that 30 card discard pile a little bit sooner. I think maybe our lack of patience on Jake's side kind of got to spell our own doom and said that Byako's turn 3, turn 4 was just that much more potent. We kind of might have written our own will or our own death warrant, you could say.
Mm-hmm. So looking at sideboards here for this match, looks like we got going through here on Sam's side. It looks like we just have more attacks. We got a set of Besiege, we've got two additional double overhead hammer fist, and a set of biting dragon grab. Just like, here's another throw, here's an attack that you have to commit to block properly, and once again a finisher. It's like we just need hey, we need more finishers. Let's go get more finishers. But on the other side here for Jake, we got some options. We got Filled with Doubt. So we have some type of throw hate. We have additional throw hate with detailing the plans, and we also have Disarming Glance.
Love that.
Good choice.
Yeah,
good choice for the board with that.
I really like the Disarming Glance because it lets you defensively stop what Byako's got going on, because half of his game plan is I stack a really relevant card and then I redraw a card. If you think that is the thing that they're going to be going for, I love the Disarming Glance coming in. I like Bakugo's entire sideboard for this. You mentioned the big ones: Filled with Doubt, Detailing the Plan, Disarming Glance. I think easily you're going to see all 3 of these cards be tossed in. It's rad. It's so cool.
All right, so let's see what we got going on here. I mean, Bako is going to go first here. I think Sam might be in a little bit better place now that they're going to try to sculpt the build here. Maybe we'll not get the 5 attacks and a foundation start again.
I mean, that's the hope, right? With the partial.
Yeah.
So if you were over on Jake's side, I would be a little nervous. I think that, I mean, hey, we need to have two incredibly potent, powerful games. The onus is on Jake to eke out this victory, and I think it's totally possible. I think that Jake is not Dam and Bako being up a game. There is always the chance that Jake and Bako explosively takes back game 2 and 3 easily.
Agreed. Let's see what we can do here. This Bako deck is starting to have Nick Reagan situations where you're just like, I'm trying to shuffle this thing, and it's just like I gotta stack it a bunch here. We got the key that pushing limits, or no, that's the pushing the advantage. Push the advantage. That's it.
Yeah, response after you clear a card from your card pool, redraw a card. Very potent, very, very strong piece with Bakugo's once per turn clear. My rival discards one. That kind of character, if we so wanted, very, very good.
Yeah, but on top of that, we got attitude selector. We are ready to. Sam will take those.
Yeah, every day of the week. And these cards are very good, right? Draw cards of our own. Being able to utilize the power of, I'm going to go find it, make sure I got the Godzilla card. Ferocious Attacker. Our own 1 damage or lost health this turn. Flip, redraw one. Not a thing that necessarily happens on Bakugo's side, but, you know, Bako gets a lick in. I'm going to stack the card, redraw it with Ferocious, and now we're off to the races. Signature card, the best card in our deck. Jesse, very excited to see this one. Tell me about the power of this card.
All right, so Rabble Rousing it puts a floating -1 to all the attacks, which immediately then get responded to with Bakugo 4's ability. So we get, for essentially all our attacks are +2 damage for the turn. But it also has an on clear for a burn for 2, which builds right into the Bakugo ability. And then it has a great deadlock of just target destroy 2.
Yeah, Deadlock is very good. The clear is super good. And again, like you said, its entire goal is to facilitate these big damage moves. The way that we are going to find this 38 health is going to be +2 damage on every single one of our moves. Very happy that Jake got to see this one, specifically on turn 2.
Oh, we got the triple draw there. Ooh.
Yeah, it is very strong.
Yeah, we will. This is just showing off how strong Kiyomi is in this situation. Yeah, we got to eat it. We're just like, all right. This is taking advantage of. I have 38 health, but there's an exploding. Ooh.
Exploding Pride coming in. Now, I will say very interesting to lead, have Exploding Pride go third, right? It kind of signals to me a little bit that we drew into this card, because Exploding Pride being the 5 difficulty, wanted to be played second, very easily for us to check the 5, commit the 1 foundation, use Kiyomi, then to re-ready. But the fact that we use the triple draw kind of says that we don't have it. But at the same time, you know, we still have a chance to clear and do it. I'm interested to see what Jake ends up choosing here.
Yeah, Explosive Reboot is this is just like you play. You know, I've seen it obviously in this list especially. It's like you don't play 4x of this card because you just want to find it once, maybe twice at the most. But you don't need like, hey, I need to find this every game to win. But I needed to find it at least once a game to win. In this situation, it's just going to proceed to push a lot of damage.
That's true. Well, maybe, I mean, hey, I think versus any other character, I might totally agree with you. But a starting 38 health Bako, I kind of feel like I want 4 of the bad boys in my deck. I want to pack them so I can be slinging as many as I can. I love it. I love it. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to use the class 1A enhance, and we're going to increase all the keywords by 1. So we're going to give this, we're now making a stun 1 into a stun 2. Like, we're just gonna clean up the board here, and we're also gonna do another clear Fury attack for the card pool and make them discard a card.
Makes sense to
So-
me. And now Kiyomi gets to take, and I believe we drew an extra card, or did we ready again?
I think we drew, actually. No, we readied. But we got to commit there. And now we get the sweeping daggers.
Love that. I mean, 16 health is not very hard to push through, especially if you remember we started the turn with that rabble rousing for +2 damage on every single one of our moves.
And we're just gonna pitch 3 foundations. Like, we found 3 foundations. I don't need these. Like, sadly, we don't have we aren't playing any 6 tracks to go build. But like I said, we just got to keep pushing damage here. That's all we can do at this point. Like, everything's averaging about 6 right now, worth of damage, and we have a lot of 4 diff attacks. So we could definitely go play 2 more, and that's all we need.
Totally agree. But I will say, I mean, we've fallen in that same play pattern that kind of, I feel, lost us the game last time as Bako. Every single one of these attacks that we are playing is an extra mill 3, 1 or 2 poor checks being the end of our turn, setting Bako up for that, that backswing again. We've got +2 damage on all of our moves, and our +3 damage is way freer than, hey, I have to find a rabble rousing for that +2. It's just on every move I get to just attack. The question is Jake going to push his luck even further now that we are down to 10, or are we going to stop and bolster up, protect ourselves from the onslaught that Bako is allowed to push? And it looks like protection is the name of the game. Love it. Love this rebuild.
I mean, those are. We got dig. We just picked up some more dig. We'll take. The thing is like immediately one of those is getting flipped. If one of I would both of those. I mean, I will happily go play 1 attack just to get a flip off to make them have to flip one of those foundations, because both of those can be really hazardous on another attack turn.
Absolutely, but it looks like the gas is a little light over on Byako's side with a singular attack. Even though we do have the 30 cards in our discard pile, there's not a real way to redraw this without the help of our rival activating their Botan's coaching. And Jesse, I don't know about you. If I watch Bako stack an attack on top of their deck with no real way to draw, there's not a chance that I activate the coaching. So it looks like build out once again. But this time we are at 10 health to survive the onslaught. Very, very scary if you are a Sam and Bako fan.
Yeah. We didn't get. We are just gonna hold our 2 cards, and I think we're just hoping we don't get rebooked again. Like, we got the Rabble, we got part 1.
Oof. Rabble coming in, very potent card. Again, +2 damage on every single move. This is 2 free damage. Our health total is deceptive. It's not 10, it's now 8. It's just guaranteed 8 as this card will be cleared. But with every activation, we've got more face downs going again and again. If we miss, Jesse, Jake is going to be in a world of hurt. 30 is very easily going to be found.
Yeah, we're just going to continue to fill that discard pile. We want to make sure we have access to all of our options here. I got to read Ferocious. It's been a minute.
Yeah, Ferocious Attacker does say after they lose health. So they're allowed to pay. They are allowed to, if they take damage, it is pretty good.
Yep, looks like we're going to take the partial here. Go to 5. And then we're okay. Oh no, it'd be 4. It was like, okay, we won't be taking 4 because it's partial. Oh, there's another sweeping.
Yeah, sweeping is going to be very good, especially because of the fact that we might have some throw options inside of the discard pile. And sweeping daggers, not only does it take the abilities, but it also takes the keywords and keyword abilities on these cards as well. So this could be just some more guaranteed true damage, especially because we just blocked with our throw hate card of this counter throw or counter toss. Is that the name of this one? Counter toss.
Yes, countering toss. I think we're deciding between, like, we're looking at a small throw to give this the throw keyword, or we are looking at the Titan Clip again. There's like the thing is that a lot of these attacks are like don't really have a lot of built-in like crazy enhances. There's not like I don't see an overhead or anything like that. Like it's like all right, we're gonna take that's Aura. I think that's the Aura Slam. Aura Slam, right? Yep, Aura Slam.
Yeah, Aura Slam. If this attack is blocked, you get the ability to the top card of your deck face down and commit. And I'm sure Bako not necessarily caring about the bonus foundation as long as it is face down. From here, getting the redraw from Kiyomi after that, the burn all the way down to 4. If we find literally 1 more point of damage anywhere, it is lights out for the big cat. As you go for the partial block here, not necessarily matter because it is still a throw, but with the last card in hand being gone, the question is did our Bakugo player, there it was, did our Bakugo player find the last attack? Everybody, if you're a Bakugo fan, hold your breath. It's looking like possibly not. We do need to rebuild unless we decided not to. And Lunatierra's is it going to take it?
That was a little slow rolling there. I'm like, he sat there for a second. I'm like, I think he was just verifying the board that there was no additional lines.
Yeah,
I think that was what was occurring.
Sense. Yeah, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Wow, what a showcase. We asked for 38 damage, and Bakugo gave it to us, proving that he can indeed compete with these big high health characters. Love it, love it, love it. But Bako going first this time, Jesse. I feel like game 1, I'm not going to call it a fluke, but it's a bit of an outlier of the normal play pattern that Bako wants to do. If you were in Jake's shoes, I don't think we're out of the tunnel yet. We're not out of the woods. We're not out of the danger. What would you, on Jake's side, be afraid of Bako building on this turn 1? What's the most important, potent piece that you could possibly see on the Bako board?
Let's take a look. I mean, I'd be scared of. Wow, I just look at there's some interesting one-ups here. I'm like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that either. But the big one is probably I don't want to see. Oof. I mean, it's tough to call here. I'm like, I think dedicated artisan is not bad just because of the redraws. Like,
love that answer.
Is a good line. There's some moth monster, so there's gonna be something you want to deal with. Also, you know what's especially with him being the going first. If he builds a shameless haggler first, like letting Bako go, letting be like give me Bako like, all right, you get to draw a card and gain 2, but I get to gain 4 and draw 2 cards. Like that's a thing. I don't know if I want to play that game.
Yeah,
that's a lot of health to game. That's like, oh, I gotta do 42 damage now. It's like that's the line we're playing through.
No, that makes total sense to me. I think, yeah, any real onboard defensive pieces to that Baku has to chew through even more health. But I think on the other side, I think the number 1 card that I would be afraid of that hasn't touched our board yet on Baku's side is just massive size. Printed 5 difficulty foundation. I play a throw. Bako gives it 5 damage. Massive size gives it 5 damage. I don't remember us checking any throw hate or building any throw hate. We know that it exists in the sideboard, but if Jake is not worried about these massive sized damage boosted throws, I think this easily could be a 1-2 punch. Massive throw, massive size, game over.
Yeah, all we really have is moment of normalcy. That's really our protection line. And then
moment of normalcy, and then
I don't think we've seen a detailing the plans yet between a check. So maybe we know it's there, but like it's like, well, was he sitting on one that whole time? Like that's the whole thing we're playing around.
Yeah, that's the question. And we're going to find out in this game 3. My follow-up to you, and obviously this is a little bit less important because, Bako is constantly flipping it. On Sam's side, what's the one foundation, the one piece of on board that you wouldn't want Jake to build on turn 1, turn 2?
Yeah. Bianca. I mean, I don't want to see being on the other side of the table. I don't want to see him build Kiyomi.
Fair.
I want if that Bako builds that's the we saw how much value that card brought to the deck, and it was just like I'll just draw 2 more cards, like just for me playing the game. I drew 2 additional cards, or I drew 1 additional card. Already up can do so much work. I don't want to see those. That's the big one personally, because that just has so much value to it.
I think that that's fair to the point where, because it is not a foundation that we
might
can
be
flip.
happy with this. That looks like a lot of great. That's a nice build out. Oh, we got the clean. And we're just gonna build out. Let that ultra regen go to discard.
Yeah, makes total sense. Yeah, put the 6 in. That says that there might be a Titan Cliff in our future. Just building that card back in for free. That makes total sense to me. And then from here, no Kiyomi touching the table so far. Man, I love the wait. Jake saying this build turn is so incredibly important because Bako got 3 foundations. There are attacks for sure coming. He did not attempt to build his whole hand. What do I have to do to survive the onslaught?
Yeah. Like we have to stick as much as we can to the board here. At 4 is the minimum we should be building. If we have other, I almost want to build 5 here because if I get the turn back. No, oh. All right, we got our 4 build. We'll take it.
Okay, this makes sense. Reviewing the action as our 5 hand size character, redrawing 5 fresh ones with Beast Summoning, one of my favorite cards in the entire game, coming into our hand. But looks like that's the only attack that we have. And I remember seeing a Beast Summon in the discard pile elsewhere. The question here is how much advantage can we get off of a singular Beast Summon in this position? I think the answer is probably not very much.
That was a very quick decision there on that flip. There's like, yep, this is going to get flipped. You get this one. Looks like we're going to... That's what for the stun, correct?
Correct, yes. Beast Summon, 3 mid for 5, stun 1, pay 4 health, add a Beast Summon to our hand. If we have 30 or more foundations in our discard pile, we can ready a 3, 4, or 5 difficulty foundation. They were thinking, because they knew that Attack on Titan Apocalypse was going to have a 6 difficulty foundation that Beast Summon was not allowed to ready. They knew what was up. This is future proofing from one of these retro reprinted cards. They knew that the Founding Titan was going to be printed.
All right, looks like we'll do some discarded draw here. I'm kind of ready to activate that big. I already see some big appetite here. Just another filter through. Because why not? We have less hand size. Let's take advantage of it. Let's see how many cards we can find.
Makes sense. Again, closer to that goal of 30 cards inside of the discard pile. As more cards drawn means more cards played, means more cards checked. I think that it is very good to see how big, how deep that I can make my stage, because again, this is a setup turn. This is a turn for us to prepare for, not this turn for the KO, but the next turn.
Yeah, looks like we did get to draw a Berserker Bite off Big Appetite. So maybe I think we might be playing this and get we're gonna get our the block here. I don't think we need additional momentum at this moment. So I think we're just build out from here. Yeah,
I love this, especially with this. Oh, and there's the Beast Summon. The last card, we did so much digging, Jesse, and the card afterwards is the Beast Summon. That's so funny, so funny.
No redraw off Father's Sin. I think we have double number 10 Grow Heroes, which +1 highs can help a lot, especially with those rabble rousings. But let's see what we decide to build. If we decide to build, we got to build a little bit further here. We don't have to be We're gonna go saving Bakugo. Yeah, we're gonna go saving. We're gonna split them up. We'll build the saving Bakugo and play the number 10 here. Like these are kind of just spams to get on the board. We need foundations for later.
Yeah, I think that like our goal here is we just need to hold 2 cards, right? We need to hold 2 because I want this Berserker Bite to be able to be utilized as his first block. And if one of the first enhances that Jake decides to do when I go down to one card is activate Botan's coaching, I lose one of the best defensive pieces in my deck. And so I love the patience to hold these cards to protect yourself. We have a defensive game plan. Let's stick to it and cripple the offensive potential that Jake and Bakugo have to defend themselves.
All right, looks like we got a little bit of an update from other sides of the bracket. We have confirmation that Alex has beaten Brandon, so we have the pony moving on. And also John has defeated Reed. So the first fight is moved forward in the event. Peak. I no joke. I have heard 2 pronunciations, and I've got people have argued with me, but I will go with Peak because everybody keeps saying Peak. And so Nick Reagan's gone. So
Nick Reagan's gone.
Nick Reagan's gone. The first pike is on, and when Zane and Aiden are still ongoing. So we'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, fully expect the Peak Mirror match to take quite a while.
Yeah,
a lot of buttons, a lot of enhances, a lot of moving and shuffling of cards. I'm gonna build this foundation on my stage. Actually, I'll go ahead and put it back in my discard pile. All right, I'll turn it sideways for my stun. I'll build this one. I'll destroy it.
All right,
fun way to take.
Looks like the expectation happened here during our conversation. The rabble rousing was played, and it immediately got a Berserker Bite block. So everything is +1 difficulty. So that may throw off this turn. This might get you an extra turn, because that's the idea of Berserker Bite to me.
What? But he says, I do not care whatsoever. Double rabble rousing coming in. This is massive. This is so big. +4 damage on every single move. With the discard of this last card, as long as Jake as Bakugo can pass these checks, it's going to be the game over. Like we don't have anything to redraw or re-add cards to Byaku's hand. We just now have to count to 32.
Yeah, it's you gotta count to 32 on +1 difficulty to everything. Like that was your only clear though. Like if we found it explode, if we start, the problem is we did the one thing that I was concerned about is I think we should have Botons first. If we were gonna if we had the line, because we were only down to 1 card. I would rather have the situation where hey, he's like, yeah, we're just gonna stack here. If you Botons, go right ahead. I'm gonna go get the one. I get to go pick up my 1 attack.
I think that makes total sense. I am very. If Jake has more gaps, which I hope, the third rabble, holy cow, +6 on every move is crazy. And I will note there is a anti-throw card in the discard pile that we have now seen, that detailing the plan coming in, which means that we could have some defensive play, even if we don't finish our food here. But third rabble is a great way to start to skin this cat. Wowzers.
I mean, if this is the line we need. Look at this. Let's put you to 12. But now we got to play. Supposed to be on a 5, 6, 7.
I think
we are just
does it. I think that this is lethal. 5 gets +6. Goes to 12. It gives itself minus. This is it. This is checkmate.
Yeah. Wow.
Jake?
This Bakugo is dead to right. Wow. Triple rabble into it, just face first into a Berserker Bite, where most people Berserker Bite locks them out of the game, and the Bakugo's like, I got this. We're good. I'm gonna check rolling 5s.
That was incredible. Yeah, you're like you said, through the Berserker Bite is so impressive. It was we saw the line, we took the line. Congratulations to Jake. upseeding. He went second in game 1, losing to take it back in the reverse 2-0. Man, that was so awesome. That was so awesome. What a cool, impactful game of UniVersus that was. Lots of play going back and forth, of cards being discarded out of hand, foundations being flipped, and some of the biggest attacks that we've seen this entire tournament. Truly, was so awesome.
Yeah, that was an upset. That is, I would call it upset in my opinion. I don't know about you, Tam.
Yeah, totally, fully agree.
So
but
now we have to move on. Like now, it's like
true.
It goes into.
It's Bakugo into the peak mirror, which I think that Bakugo is favored in that matchup pretty handedly. Peak saying minus bonus stats. I'll give your attack -2 damage. Okay, dope. I'll give it +1 damage because I'm Bakugo. Love it. Absolutely love it. Very cool. But for everybody at home, we're going to take a small break. We're going to come jump onto the other side of the bracket as we wait for the other top 4 matches to be finished. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to a top 4 match here at the OCE regional. I'm Tam, joined here by David. Last match, very fun, man. Bako versus Bakugo, two very high impact characters. On the other side of the bracket, though, we've got some more exciting action. We've got John S on Peak Finger on the death symbol versus Alex G on Pony Tsunatori on the Earth symbol. Tell me about what your predictions are inside of this top 4 match.
I think we're in for a real treat here. Alex, I think, got top 8. If he didn't get top 8, it was top 4 at Worlds.
Yes.
So one of the best players in the world, going for a repeat performance here, once again finding himself in top 4. Let's see how this pony list has shifted. You know, we saw Kiyomi put in work in top 8. Maybe Kiyomi puts more work in here for Pony in top 4. On the other side, this peak build is pretty interesting. We've already seen a couple death peaks, but we haven't seen John's death peak, and it's got some surprises in store. I won't give away too many of them right now, but it's definitely, there is some sauce here that we'll get to see. So for this matchup, we got Pony versus Peak. Who do you think is favored? Both of these characters can give speed, take away speed, but only Peak can do it on damage. What do you think?
A professional caster would not let their personal biases show in making a decision like this. And for that, I'd like to formally apologize. Obviously, Pony's going to take this all the way. I'm so in for Alex to take this match down. Who cares if he is the lower seed? He's going to get the job done. Pony draws too many cards. She changes the zones of these attacks. +2 speed or -2. There's just too many buttons being pressed on Pony's side. She's the OG overwhelmer. Peak is this new kid on the block, trying to press all these buttons and be fancy with it. Peak destroying cards in their stage to get the advantage. Pony uses their hand. And I gotta say, with these new AOT3 cards, there are just too many ways to put a plethora of cards in your hand. I am so in the Peak, so in the Pony pocket that I absolutely cannot wait to see what Alex throws this way.
Yeah, Peak is a 6-hander that to me plays more like a 7 or 8-hander. You get just a lot of value. You get that free build off of the character. But Pony is a 7-hander that plays like a 15-hander. So
Yeah.
both of these characters have no issue with value. Also, we saw this turn 1 right away. We had to read that 2-diff on the Peak side. It didn't get built. It got failed. But it was a Vision of the Survey Corpse, which gives a wall counter to Peak. And we've got some attacks where those wall counters on Peak might end up being important in playing a role, but it didn't get built, so there's no wall counters at the moment.
True, and it will be important because we've got some of that spice. But I will say, looking over here at Pony's stage, part of Peak's game plan is to build up some free fake foundations with the SWATs and the her own ability to rebuild a card back in, to make her stage bloated, arbitrarily bloated. But with the cards over on Pony's side, like Weightless and the forgetting the name of
Mother's
Embrace. Mother's Embrace. Thank you. I remember Mother's something. Mother's Embrace. There's so many foundations on Pony's board that normally the way that Pony stops is they just start failing a bunch of checks because of the fact that we don't have those checks. We have all these extra foundations. Failing checks is not going to be the thing that stops us. But Peak opening up with, as we said, the spice card, Determined Dive. What is this card doing inside of this Peak list, David?
Yeah, it just gets to build one face down committed. It's like a mini SWAT, like a 4 difficulty SWAT, and the foundation doesn't go away at the end of the turn. So if we wanted to, we could build in a foundation committed and then Peak and build and just call it a day and say, hey, we played 1 attack, built 2 foundations. Otherwise, it can just fuel Peak's enhances of built a committed. Now we have a free thing to blow up for the 2 damage and transform. And we can get our game plan going. If we have a wall counter on our character, which if we had checked a 5 on that last foundation, we would have, then we could also draw a card. So a lot of value from Determined Dive, but even without the wall counters, we're at least getting a free build.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Again, the name of the game here is how many resources can I arbitrarily put inside of my stage? And I love pieces like Determinative. I've made a peak deck like 3, 4, 5 times on my own. This card has never ever even made it into the initial draft of any of my peak lists. So it's very cool that John S is getting to showcase this today. But now the Pink Pony Club has started. Chapel Road posting has begun. Discarding 2 cards, redrawing some cards, especially with that Feral Shriek drawing. Discard 2, redraw 2, grab it 2 counters. I am almost afraid that John S is going to have to push and make some sort of real finish your food on this turn, or else Alex might just find the gas because of how potent and how set up he is going to be.
Yeah, Peak needs to be careful. You're either killing or you're not, and you don't want to overextend because you are going to have to get some blocks off with Pony. This is basically an 8 foundation build on Pony's side of the stage, and 2 cards that draw basically make Pony into a 9-hander. Just baseline at the start. We already 3 cards in hand and 2 counters. I really, really like where Pony is at in the current game state. It feels like Pony's already pushed ahead, and this is only turn 2.
Turn 2 and has gone second, and we've resolved a singular form we're resolving a singular attack form over on Peak side. But I will say there's a lot to be desired here over on Peak side. Our stage is deceptively large. We're going to be building a ton of foundations. This might not be the end of our string with this dive, as we have a 6 high for 8 coming in, and then now 4 foundations ready to be built, broken, used. But it looks like
check the 2. We changed it to a low.
Ouch. Ouch. Hey, if there was a way to stop Pony from having fun, here is an 11 damage attack coming in to slam us. Get to selectively commit a card now with this Titan artillery. Instantly, how the tides have shifted. I'm totally on Peak side. Literally one more attack gets landed, it's game over, and we're moving on.
The turns have tabled on checking a 2 here. We even if Peak just builds out, Peak is deceptively strong at just staying alive. We have a full 29 health that really plays like 35 health with all the damage reduction we have, and Pony now is not comfortable at all. So if we can get into our next turn as Peak, we have a really, really nice stage to start off of. So Pony's definitely feeling pressure here. All of that pressure would have not been felt if we hadn't checked the 2 there. That has to feel so bad.
Agreed fully. And so from here, I mean, that is one of our 4 2 checks. Our Lethal Slash is gone. One of the key pieces that we got from the second Attack on Titan set for Pony. But it looks like reviewing, I believe, a Hunter's Ally, one of the new pieces from Critical Role, to build in an ally card. It just apparently we just don't have one in our discard pile. Bit of a misstep here, because I think if we draw a Kiyomi, we're just allowed to use Pony, discard, and then continue on, right? Like, and it looks like we did. Like there's a Kiyomi right there.
Yeah, this is a very, very angry hand. We could certainly see Alex push through a turn 2 kill here if the checks go well. Got a Battle or Release. Battle or Release is always one of those cards where you'd like to lead with it to draw, but it's also going to be Pony's hardest hitting attack, and you don't want that one to be the one that gets blocked.
That is true. Opening Lethal Slash, though, signals a ton about the turn. There wasn't a better opener. There wasn't a better lead-in move. This card is not going to clear itself, but it looks like Outwit coming in from a risky gamble. Response unflip, as what Outwit wants to do. Commit. If my rival draws a card, I draw a card.
Yeah, I love this one paired with Greater Goal. We get to use the draw on it, and then Greater Goal can flip it back down to where we can use the Outwit once again later on in the game. Also, Risky Gamble is going to be a pretty key deadlock piece for Peak in case these games go long. You can flip and destroy a foundation. And then the Outwit basically unflips it. Also, I think there's Falling Heel Strike in the deck that could also unflip it for, yeah, here comes Falling Heel Strike on the check. So not what we want. I maybe cursed him by saying it at the, as he was going to check.
We just needed to see it for it to exist inside of the stage. That makes total sense. But I will say that 3 is going to be a very big deal on how aggressive we're allowed to be on this pony turn here, as we are about to now draw our second card of the turn. The only thing that really we can defend ourselves with is Peak plus Greater Goal to -4 damage all of these moves, which I will say very impactful against pony, but will absolutely terrorize our own stage to defend our life. And as pony, we're not really going to be losing stage equity here.
Yeah, I really like this decision that Alex made to lead Lethal Slash and keep that Battle Aura release. He knows that I've got to deal 29 damage. Even though it feels bad to lead Lethal, I need this 8 damage Battle Aura release to connect. And as the weightlesses get flipped, the Mother's Embrace gets flipped, the Pushing the Advantage gets flipped, the Battle Aura release will get stronger. So the sequencing here, I think, was pretty high level from Alex.
Interesting. Opting to go ahead and flip over to the Cart Titan side, transforming to no longer -2 damage, but now -3 speed. Could be fighting us on a slightly different front. I dig it. I like this idea. And here comes the card pull shenanigans, spending 3 of our home counters to clear this first Lethal Slash, drawing potentially 1, potentially 2 cards, refueling our hands. More importantly, grabbing those face downs, like you said, for the Battle Aura release. And now we have some pretty significant weightless targets. Our entire stage has just doubled on this now second Lethal Slash that I don't need to remind you is about to leave the card pool all by its lonesome. We're about to have a totally fresh card pool with 9 cards in our hand, moving into Peak's completely committed board. What a scary position to be in if you are a John S. Peak fan.
Yeah, and I don't mind John flipping over to the Cart Titan side because you're basically going to be forcing Pony to use some counters on speed. We don't want to just let Pony sit back and use all the counters to clear and feel like Peak has just acquiesced on the speed game. Because now we've got to Pony and up the speed here on the Battle Aura release. 1 face down. This will probably immediately get readied with weightless. And we can flip something else to draw.
Yeah, but the question is do you decide to flip to draw? How much gas do we have? Do I need to draw more cards? Or each of these foundations count as extra foundations for the rest of our turn. If the goal here is I need to pass 4, 5, 6 more attacks to get the job done, maybe if we already have them, the draw might not be relevant. I mean, we're just going to have to see. That is one of my favorite parts about Pony is how much she's allowed to, I call it surfing. You never really know where the end of a Pony turn looks like when you start it. You kind of got to ride the wave a little bit of what does the turn actually look like? What are the micro decisions that I make inside of this turn to get the most juice out of this lemon?
Yeah, and I think we're staring at a mostly full hand of gray on the Pony side, although flipping the weightless to ready the face down says that we're going in. So maybe we drew into a little bit more gas here to keep going, because we don't want to use our weightlesses if we're just going to build out here. You'd rather keep those for whenever you're ready to go in on your kill turn, but we went ahead and used it. So all we need is to find, have maybe 2 attacks in our hand and we feel really comfortable because we get to continually Pony and search for more.
Totally. And if those attacks happen to be something like an Electric Moth, deceptively discard a card, redraw 2 cards, you Pony, then again discard 2, redraw 1. Finding 3 extra cards on this is going to feel very, very solid. Not to mention, I mean, this is a now 6 high for 8, asking Peak, hey, if you don't want this to connect with me, please destroy some more cards in your stage and make your next turn that much harder to swing back and find this last 11 damage. But I've drawn so many cards. I could just build out from here. And now your +3 speed isn't even going to matter because of the plethora of foundations that I'm going to have on my board.
Yeah, we have a couple of counters on Pony right now. If John chooses to blow up a foundation to take this thing to where a 1 high block could block it on a 5 check, would you spend your 2 counters to make this a low? Oh, he
My
didn't do it
answer is
anyway.
no, but I think that the idea of whenever you take in and how you have plenty of Pony experience, right? She was one of your favorite decks for a while. How did
Yeah.
you play against Rodan? Did you fight Rodan for speed? Did you fight Rodan for the block zone?
Yeah. I don't know. It's like you said with surfing. it kind of it changes either game, you know, depending on how full Rodan's stage or hand is looking, you know, is going to depend on which resource you want to try and push through, because you don't want to try and play both sides and just be split down the middle, you know.
That's how I feel. I almost never spent the speed bonus against these massive speed reduction decks because, you know, I think the way that you win the game is just by overloading them with so many attacks. They stuff their own card pool full and they can't block them all. And if there was a character that got to play enough attacks to make that happen, for anybody who is just joining us, I know it doesn't look like it, but this is the 4th attack that we have played on Pony's turn. Our board is completely ready. We've got 2 cards currently in our card pool, and it's about to be clean. If we play another one, we can clear it again and then build an additional face down foundation. Like there's so much more potential gas left in the tank here because of the Spirit Slash and just how Pony is shaped. I feel like I'm allowed to just play moves over and over and over again until I just get the job done. And with Peak only being at 21 health, yeah, all of these moves are going to be for, you know, printed 4, maybe 5 damage, but it's very possible for us to eke out the win here.
It's definitely possible. It just depends if Alex has orange cards in hand. Every time I get a glimpse of his hand, it looks very pedestrian. I think he almost chose to build out instead of the Spirit Slash, but decided, well, maybe let's see what we draw into from Pony on it. Yeah, it's looking a little pedestrian, and if there isn't a lot of gas with Pony, you get the speed reduction on face, and so if you have a pretty healthy stage, lots of cards in hand, you can get a lot of blocks in from Peak. So this is kind of nearing a decision point for Pony after this attack. Do we build, or did we find something else to keep searching? Because every time we search, we're losing a card in hand. We don't really have any more Wish Hards or the foundation that replaces itself. Yeah, and here comes the build.
Yeah, looks like you're right here, Bill. And great call as well as we proceed to check 2 attacks back to back. This is going to give us a momentum if we happen to have any momentum out inside of our deck. But sadly, no trigger here on the Spirit Slash as it was not cleared from the card pool during the combat phase. It was cleared during the end phase. Alex saying, I don't need momentum in my deck. My goal is to play as many attacks as possible. There's no powerful, no EX here. So love let's get rid of it. Rebuild out some foundations, double the foundation count that Peak has, and say that +3 speed is not necessarily going to matter. And I will say, as for John's side, we have been locked to the plus speed side, which means we're not going to get access to the full character on the very first attack. Your classic first enhance on the human side, second enhance on the Titan side. Peak game plan is not going to be happening, at least on this very first attack.
Yeah, we can blow up for speed and then kind of Peak build, which we might as well blow something up, because Hardened Fist is going to say the next time you destroy a foundation during this attack, build the top card of your deck. So it basically gets to refund it, and it only happens if you blow up. But it's not the best feeling as Peak when you have to lead with Hardened Fist and you check a 5 because you're blowing up already. So yes, you are getting the 3 speed, but you're not getting any value of effectively getting to ready a foundation. It's almost like, I mean, checking a 3 there would have been the exact same line would have happened. So we get a couple more face downs off the top card of her deck. That's one of the value engines that Peak has is Peak can play these outwit cards. Peak can play cards like Falling Heel Strike to unflip powerful foundations, can play attacks like Signal Shot to pick up attacks from her stage. There's a lot of you can play a lot of synergies around storing nice things face down in your stage. But Hardened Fist here is pretty slow. It'll get up to 6 speed with Peak. I can't imagine it's going to get through though. Pony's in a pretty nice spot to block.
Totally agree, but I will say only a couple of blocks here, and Peak hits way harder than Pony does. So if we get caught with some off blocks or we block a little too haphazardly, it's going to be very easily to tap this the American exchange student.
Yeah, would you flip Shobi Jeans here to give Breaker 2 or?
Absolutely, I would. I need that character to stop playing cards. My goal here, if I am Alex, if I'm a Pony fan, is to play more abilities than my rival, make them end their turn, and get back to me playing the game.
Yeah, it looks like he goes with it because if you don't do it, and then John plays something that you don't want to block, Anti-Titan Artillery takes it down for the turn. So Anti-Titan Artillery kind of puts high value defensive foundations like that on a clock.
Yeah, but it looks like we are going to go for the rebuild here. I mean, it makes sense if we just don't have the gas. Our goal, we build out a couple of quality resources and then proceed to continue to play the game. Love the ambition of Erwin Smith here in this character. One of the coolest pieces out of the Attack on Titan 1 set was that little cycle of this card is blank attuned, but it has a separate resource symbol ability on it. So like for ambition, it's a death attuned card, but it has or an order attuned card, but has the death resource symbol of if you destroy a foundation, redraw a card. Very, very cool piece of technology from set 1.
Yeah, and what I like with John is that he's running 3 of it, even though it's unique. It feels like a completely different game when Peak has it in stage. Also, Willie Tiber. So on Pony side, we get to play with Kiyomi, one of the new backups, but now another Apocalypse backup, Willie Tiber. It can be sacrificed by Peak to pay cost for sacrificing a foundation, and it can also build in a foundation. So over the course of the game, Willie could act as though it's 3 or 4 foundations.
Yeah, it's our stage is deceptively large over here with Peak, which is exactly what we want, right? We want this Pony to play out as many things as possible, and we want to utilize this combined with our greater goal to then flip our stage and say, hey, none of the attacks that you're going to be playing here matter. But one of the best openers we have on the Pony side, one of those beautiful world-topping Electric Moth. Alex truly flexing on us all here at home, reminding you of his status, reminding you of his power. Hey, I got to where I am. I earned this card with Pony, and I'm about to show you exactly why.
Yeah, and both characters, we pushed through some damage on both sides. Peak's at 17, Pony's at 11. So 11 and 12 damage dealt on both sides, and now both sides have stabilized. Stages are very healthy, and this game is entering a interesting mid-game state.
From here, again, we've gotten back on the surfboard. We're paddling out to the deep and asking, is there going to be a tsunami today? How much are we going to find? And hey, discard 2, including a Wish Heart to grab us some horn counters. I think it's going to be a big deal. I do want to say though, one of my favorite ways to play this character is to hoard my horn counters, build up a massive stockpile of them. But I want to say, I think it's really interesting that Alex loves to spend them. He wants to get rid of them. This is first attack of our turn. I now have 2 horn counters, and these are the 2 that I will be playing with. When I play, if I start my turn with 2 horn counters, I've done something wrong. I want to have 4, 5, 6, 8 horn counters so that any card that I want to play, it just pops off, it just wins the game.
Yeah, and Alex is going to need to have all of those horn counters to push through a really, really long string, because at this point, between the damage reduction of Peak plus the damage reduction of Greater Goal, I don't think we took any damage from that Moth, and we didn't even block. So between using Greater Goal to flip one of our outwit cards, the Risky Gambles, plus the damage reduction on Peak, like that attack just did nothing. It just bounced off of Peak, and there was no issue whatsoever. So, and then when Pony does get an attack to a pretty high damage area like a Battle Aura release, Moment of Normalcy is on Peak stage to also take care of it. Plus Peak can get a couple blocks. So yeah, having a very healthy horn counter economy is going to be important, because we're going to need a 7, 8, 9 attack string to push through.
If there was a character to do it, though, Pony is the one. And I think that the goal of this game might not even be, or at least this turn might not even be to get Peak's health down at all. It might be just, let's ruin the stage again. Let's say that you can only play that one attack. Come back to me, and I'm going to play the game way more. I'm going to press more buttons, have more actions per minute than my rival, and just flip all those cards that you had, so that the next turn that I decide to pop off and go in, it's not going to happen. But a block coming through, checking a 3, not what we want to see, with now 3 face-up ready foundations and the Willy. We can't remember, or can't stop that. And boom, another. Now this is the Moth that we were talking about. This is the Moth that we earned. Look how shiny and purple that card is. That's crazy.
Yeah, and we check our World's Promo Hunter's Ally on it. The World's promos could not have been picked better for Alex.
For Pony collectors, absolutely. I'm bummed that I didn't go further in Worlds, because man, I want to be playing these cards. It's like they knew that Pony was going to be so crazy.
Yeah, look at us. We're a couple Pony players watching a Pony that went farther than both of us at Worlds.
Yeah, I'm bummed. I'm bummed, but I'm so happy for Alex back here representing the character that I absolutely love on a different symbol, right? We were or no, I guess he's on the same symbol. He's still on Earth. I've now shifted to the air symbol. But third Moth of the turn coming in. The question is how much further can we go? And I see us. I mean, we are posturing to discard another copy of Feral Shriek to draw not one, but the last 2 cards in our deck. And here comes the cycle.
Yeah, and if after one cycle, that means that Pony has lost pretty, most of their Wish Hards and Feral Shrieks over the first run through for the deck. So it only gets harder from here to continually dig for attacks. Pony does mill pretty darn quickly. So that's always a kind of plan B for Peak. If Pony can't aggressively push through attacks pretty soon, they will have to be careful. Oh my gosh, terrible two Battle Aura releases.
Two, not 3. I'm pretty sure it's 3. No.
Yeah, there's 5 attacks out of those 10 cards removed, so kind of taking some teeth out of the deck.
I hate when casters talk about plan B before the first cycle. And so I do respect that we didn't even fully get through the cycle, and then you said, well, he might mill out. You did. The legal contract says you have to wait to the first cycle to do it. And frame 1, you were like, plan B's on the table. Peak's going to mill it.
I didn't say will mill him. I just said that if the clock... I said that
it's over. This guy's going to run out of deck. This character draws too much.
A lot of times that's just in the back of players' minds, though, is if Peak doesn't have the gas on this next turn, they could feel pretty comfortable of just playing attack, build out, and let's see if we can defend.
Yeah, here comes the Spirit Slash, building in extra resources. Maybe we don't get the bonus draws off of our Wish Hards or our Feral Shrieks anymore, but we're going to have extra resources coming off of our deck. in the form of extra foundations. I think our goal here is we're not going to be failing checks. Failing checks is not going to happen, especially losing 5 attacks out of our deck. And so it's just how many moves can I find to just keep this pressure on? Because again, this turn, Peak's only lost 2 health. That's it.
Yeah, and we just said -6 damage between Peak, I'm With You, and Greater Goal. And notably, we chose not to transform, meaning that we're probably not planning on blocking this or the next one. We're just going to be counting on Greater Goal.
Makes total sense. Combining that with the Moment of Normalcy to deal with the 4th Battle Aura, should it rear its ugly head, or even we're looking here at a Falling Skies that exists. This move gets very fast. This move gets very large. Either side of this equation, Moment of Normalcy might be deterring Alex from just slamming these moves down.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to kind of push back on the damage reduction. If we do discard this Mikasa's Admission, we can at least have this attack hit for something, which this turn feels really, really pivotal. I mean, pivotal for Pony.
From here, we're taking a peek inside a peek. We're taking a look. I'll use that word. We're taking a look inside of our remove from game pile, counting options. What could I possibly draw off the top of my deck that is going to get me out of this sticky situation? Still 11 to 15, -6 damage on this move. Is it worth using the Mikasa's Admission? He says that it is. Let's push this back up a little bit higher and then redraw off of Pony. I hope it's impactful. We found that 4th Battle Aura. Now there's hope. Now there is true hope of possibly ending this Peak's life as we take 1, drop down to 14.
Yeah, Battle Aura plus Falling Skies is the stats that we need to, because so far Peak has just had no issue with all of these tiny attacks, but that's going to change here. 5, 6. I almost wonder if we stop clearing our card pool of highs so that Falling Skies can get as large as possible.
There is that idea, as well as, again, we must have only been 2 Battle Auras. I must have missed all. I think you were right, obviously.
Yeah, I think it was 2 Battle Auras and a Falling Skies that got removed. So yeah, we have the other Battle Aura release in hand.
If we remove 3 Battle Aura releases, we have 5 in our deck, and something terrible has happened. That card is a very good ultra rare, but it's not that good. You're not allowed to play 5 of it. But there it is. Hey, good call, good eyes.
No.
On the Falling Skies.
Yeah, so we can go Battle Aura, clear the Spirit Slash, build into another Battle Aura, into Falling Skies. I don't know if that's quite lethal, but there's a chance it is. And the Moment of Normalcy comes down. Do you think that was a little early, or do you think it was just so that we could then flip it with Greater Goal?
I think that makes sense to me. I like the use of it early to then utilize your stage later. But I will say, to join you in this sentiment, if this turn fails for Alex, if Alex does not finish his food here, if I am John, I think that my goal here is destroy my stage and then batten down the hatches and make sure that I can survive a 3rd onslaught of a swing. I think that you're right. Plan B is the way to go if you are a Peak fan. Unless Alex just puts down his whole hand. He slams them all down on the table and says, you won't find it. And Peak is a character that can accidentally find 11 in its sleep.
Yeah, I think Alex has to be careful too of just assuming that Peak is not blocking another one from here on out. The -3 speed is still real, even with 2 in the card pool. We
as
can
well
always
as a couple of bad checks. We still have this ambition of Erwin Smith available to us. We check 2 2s back to back and commit our entire board with these cards in our card pool. It's possible that Alex might just not get there depending on what we roll from the top. I will say that is unlikely to happen. But with the cycle, it's possible. There is an idea where that's what takes Alex out of the game rather than the idea of stopping.
Yeah, we're really Really considering what to do here, because if we continue to discard and draw, we're losing cards in hand. We're going to be extremely low on cards in hand if we continue to pony and play these next two attacks. That basically says we're going all in on this turn or nothing. Also, as an update in the other round, in the peak mirror, Aiden took it over Zane 2-0. So order peak went on to top 4. But that same order peak is also down a game right now. Bakugo has taken game 1. So Bakugo up 1-0 over peak in the other half of the bracket.
I can't believe that I reverse commentator Curse. I said, what happens if he checks a 2, yada, yada, yada. And he says, damn, calm down. I'm a professional pony player. We don't do that here. I check the 6 on my 4, 5, 6, 7, only committing 1 foundation. It's very, very cool. Very, very scary. And this move is going to hit very, very hard.
Yeah, it's interesting not to play the battle aura first, because this is going to kind of keep us from pressing the throw button, I assume, because we'll want to finish off with the battle aura. We'll definitely get an extra foundation from the Spirit Slash. What was the thought process behind going Falling Skies before battle aura?
I think it might just be asking to see if they have any sort of tricks. I suspect that he's hiding a second Falling Skies in hand. So going Falling Skies might just be more damage output than what we are seeing.
Yeah, that would definitely make more sense than battle aura if we did have double falling, and because those are going to be more unblockable.
At this point, yeah, the speed isn't going to be relevant inside of the battle aura, but the speed will be relevant for the Falling Skies. My big question here is, I believe, if I can read the die correctly, it's a little fuzzy. You know, we're oceans and oceans away from where this tournament is taking place. I think we do only have 2 counters here on Pony. As we play the Falling Skies, it lands down to 7, and a second Falling Skies coming in. This one's on the 8 this time. Checks another 6. 7, 8. Incredible. We can still pass another move, David.
Yeah, that was the checks are with Alex here.
Whoo.
Double 6s in a row. Would you pop Ambition of Irwin Smith to make a... Let's see, if Battle Aura comes down, we're definitely going to be building off of Spirit Slash, right? Because we'll have the counters. Unless we just don't have the cards in hand to pony. I think we do, though. So we could get to 4 if we Ambition down to 3, and then he goes on to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if we Ambition here, it would at least be asking to check a 5.
Yeah,
to not check a 3.
The other idea here is we might just utilize this to flip extra foundations for minus stats across not just this, but the next one, because we also have Willy that counts as destroying for foundations as well. But because we left ourselves on the Card Titan side, we have lost the opportunity for the -2 damage from peak, but it looks like -3 is going to be what we have. Do we smell a block coming? It's very, very fast, but -3 might be the thing that allows us to get there. And that might be what we were holding our horn counters for. Spin a horn counter plus 2 more speed, push this to unblockable. I smell blood in the water.
Yeah, I like that we forced Pony, though, to use the horn counters on speed, and now they can't build off of the Spirit Slash. So we get to keep our Ambition ready and face up, and we basically did the exact same thing as what it would have been if we popped it.
From here, the final slash coming in. We checked our own 6, but it's not quite enough. The tsunami came crashing down, and Pony Alex G standing strong here in this game 1. John S. and Peak falling. And he said, hey, I had another battle aura, dude. We were going to check another 6 and be A-okay. Love this line.
Yeah, I missed where that became lethal. I figured between -2 damage on peak plus greater goal. I didn't think that Falling Skies, I thought it was going to come up short on 6. Maybe we discarded a Mikasa's Admission and I missed it.
Well, we had how many cards in the card pool? We had 5, right?
Yeah, so that would have gotten to 10 damage, and then peak could give -4. I thought it was going to stay at 6.
Interesting.
But somewhere
I
along the
trust
way,
the
that was
players.
lethal.
I'm not over here
Yeah.
doing math.
It might have been that Peak was on the Cart Titan side and couldn't get the damage reduction off. I'm not sure.
Oh, correct. On that last one, no, we didn't have -4. We stayed on the -3 speed side, right? And we were attempting
Okay.
to block it. Yeah, so we didn't actually have -4. We only had -2. Yeah, we were just on the wrong side.
Yeah, that makes sense then. So Alex finds it kind of that was I want to say that was 8 attacks on that turn, maybe 9.
We had 5 in the card pool, and there were 0 electric moths in the card pool whenever we started that last string, or maybe 1.
Yeah, I want to say we started the turn with 3 electric moths.
So 5. Yeah, I think it was 7 attacks that we played that turn,
Yeah.
which makes sense. We are a 7 hand size character. It makes sense that we played our 7 attacks. We sculpted for them too, for sure. And there's no way we had an 8th one just chilling in our hand, waiting to be played at the end.
Yeah, it would have all come down to checking if Peak had made that into 6 damage, it would have all come down to checking a 5 on Alex's side, but not meant to be. Now Peak gets to go first. Did Peak go first in game 1 or go second?
Peak went first in game 1. Now here's the fun part about that turn for you, David. Count on both fingers and both feet. Use your fingers, use your toes. How many Attack on Titan 3 cards were used in that kill string?
I want to say 0.
0. Ding, 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 ding. The answer is 0. Imagine we had Kiyomi on board. Imagine we Hunters allied in a Kiyomi in order to start this turn. We didn't even unlock the hidden potential of what this character was allowed to do. This was all raw. We could have done this last format.
Yeah.
This could have happened at the Albuquerque Regional. This could have happened anywhere we wanted. Is this line of moth, spirit slash into battle aura, falling skies. Powerful stuff. Very powerful stuff.
Yeah, and it makes sense to bring kind of falling skies back, in my opinion. Like in my pony list, at least for Worlds, I was only playing 1 falling skies because the damage from getting new training method in and then building sacrifice for the cause, and then the 5 block mod that Pony used to get to discard from set 2 of MHA for 5. You could discard it to sacrifice for the cause for 5 damage, and it felt like the damage was there a little easier. But now that those cards have rotated, most notably the 5 block mod set 2 MHA card, then it makes sense, I think, to kind of up the number of falling skies. Maybe this is where Alex was all along, but I like having the 3 falling skies. It felt like that the stat pump there really mattered in game 1.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Love it. Absolutely love it. And from here, we now have Peak redrawing the hand, saying, I get to go first this game. Last one was a fluke, you pony player. I'm going to be in charge of this match. And it looks like a mulligan has occurred with a very important piece to fight what Pony has got going on. I want to talk a little bit about Dark Ward. Hopefully it gets to touch the board. Response: after your rival plays a responsibility inside the card pool, cancel it. One of my least favorite things to have happen when I'm playing a lethal slash is they tell me, slow down, Buster Brown. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that interaction could come up pretty big here on stopping a turn 2 aggression from Alex. Dark Ward, I get a little tilted because I always want it to cancel responsibilities on action and on actions, and then judges say no, it's actually in the transit zone and not
Correct.
in the card pool. So it was played from hand. It still cancels things like showdown when the response happens once it's in the card pool, but it's not going to stop actions like filled with doubt.
Correct.
Or Genkai's guidance.
I think a card shaped like Dark Ward deserves to be shaped like this. I think a catch-all of canceling every response possible is a little overpowered for a 2/5 with a low block that sits in your stage, doesn't even remove it, just flips as its cost. So I am such a fan of this one. But from here, build 4 as peak. Pretty good. Got some good defensive pieces. Let's see how deep we can build over here on the pony side with a slew of 1 difficulties coming out of the hand.
Yeah, everything in this peak deck is designed to be low difficulty so we can get wide builds. In the pony deck. Pony does not need their stage to be super high value because pony is doing a lot of heavy lifting just on face. We don't need defensive resources in our stage when our character can change zones and give -2 and give -2 speed. And if we're going to be going for these consistent turn 2, turn 3 kills, then we just need to build as wide as possible early.
I will say though, pony has turned sideways. One of our main potent defensive pieces is gone, and we are opening with Colossal Swat, checking the 5 on it. Peak saying, hey, I know that you have some pop-off turns. Watch this. Building in 2 free foundations to be destroyed later at the end of the turn, but mark my words, those cards will not be there by the end of the turn to destroy themselves, as we're going to be actively using them with peak. +2 damage here, flipping over to the Titan side, going and finding our asset. If you are Alex, I'm sweating right now.
Yeah, that decision to turn the character sideways for a 5th foundation, a foundation that is blank, being in your stage, number 10 pro hero. The only thing number 10 pro hero does is have a nice block mod and be a 6 check. It's not doing anything in stage. And so turning pony sideways is turning your only defense sideways. Like everything is, pony at this point is going to get probably 1 block off. And that's going to need to be enough to save the turn. So peak is very, very capable of finding a turn 2 kill here.
100%. And I can't even, it's possible we don't even get the 1 block off, right? +3/+3 on every single move. That 3 speed is going to add up very, very quickly. So maybe we check the 5, we check the 6, but we do have a little bit of defense, right? We've got the warmer bubblies here. We could take this one on the chin. It'll be 8 damage. We get to save 2 health because I can't imagine the anti-Titan artillery isn't going to commit down one of these -2 damage moves.
Yeah, it'll likely come after one of them. It's either that or weightless, and I think warm and bubbly is going to be more high impact here.
I agree fully. I think, weightless, we have to have a face down foundation, and currently it's just not online. It's just not active. Yes, we can get it with the warm and bubbly, flip on the next attack, but what do we have?
Yeah, what is going to be the hardest hitting peak move? I don't think the peak deck is playing a lot of hard hitting moves that don't need momentum. I suppose it's probably just Luna Ring. Luna Ring would be the I'll take all of your life on turn 2. Even though because of this SWAT, we could get Luna Ring up to over 11 damage pretty easily.
100, yeah, absolutely we can.
Let's see, we got a try. Oh, and he does have a Luna Ring in hand. So, and it's a Tri-Gravity Beam. So you would think you go Luna Ring first and then Tri-Grav so you can remove something from hand. But if you want to find a turn 2 kill, the answer is actually to throw the Tri-Grav first and then the Luna Ring last and just hope that pony didn't sideboard in referee juries or something of that nature. I don't think we saw a referee jury in game 1. They could have been sided in. I'm not sure they're in the sideboard though.
I want to talk about Luna Ring here for a second, which we've gotten a peek of flash at in our hand. And obviously, Alex knows it's coming because John is doing the thing that every time that I have ever played Luna Ring, I have done. I have never kept count of how many cards have been destroyed until I see the card in my hand and go, wait a minute. I guess I've destroyed 2 this turn. I will put the die on the board. And Bravo goes, what's that? And I go, don't you worry about that.
Chat is pointing out that meanwhile I'm saying I don't know if he has referee jury, and he literally played a referee jury. But because I was like in my mind thinking about, okay, what's the kill condition here for Peak? So the lunar, I think the referee jury coming down probably scared Peak, because otherwise you play the lunar ring last, right? To make this thing lethal. I guess it's probably not going to get blocked here anyway. It's just I think you're leaving just a couple points of damage on the table.
At the same time, this lunar ring already is going to be absolutely massive. +3 from Peak by herself. We have destroyed 4 foundations. By the time that this is going to finish and resolve, so another +4 damage. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. We've only got to find 6 more. Literally every attack in Peak's deck finds 6. I think it's not that big of a deal to play this one second, especially if we have a 4 difficulty coming in a little bit later.
Yeah. Trigrav's going to be able to mop up anyway, and now it's safer because if there is a referee jury in hand, Trigraph can say, show me the referee jury. Although the referee jury would come down here. I think the referee jury getting played on the SWAT might have been mistimed. You know, it almost certainly would have been better to wait for Luna Ring to play it.
Looking at the deck list, and our players have open deck lists, there is a singular referee jury in the sideboard. There's none in the main, one in the side. We did find it. And so we are smooth sailing if John remembers. There's just no more out of hand tricks except for, let me double check. Some fulfilled with doubt can exist. And you're right, good call. I didn't see the Trigrav of even hand going to come in and mop this game up.
Yeah, this is
decimating any potential for surviving over here on the Peak side. Or excuse me, on the Pony side.
Yeah, this is going to get to 10 damage. We get it's going to get to 7 on its own, 9 with Peak, 10 with anti-Titan artillery. So even a Mikasa's admission. Well, I guess Pony's committed, so we can't really do that anyway. So yeah, this is the downside of committing Pony. I think if we rewind turn 1 for Pony, if we don't commit Pony to pass the check for number 10 Pro Hero, we probably escape this turn alive. Also, if we save referee jury in hand for Luna Ring, which we didn't see Luna Ring game 1, and I don't know how much experience, you know, you're thinking about it if you've played Peak a lot, but you know, not if you didn't see it game 1, maybe. And so I think if we had saved the referee jury for Luna Ring, or if we had kept Pony ready, we can escape that turn 2. Maybe not comfortably, but here we see a dead Pony. So go into game 3.
Think about how much work Alex had to do to clean up game 1. And Peak was like, actually, just 3 attacks, man. You're working too hard for your kills. It's very funny.
This is the value of Peak. Peak is comfortable going to a late game scenario, because Peak can string block and can get a lot of cards in hand, like with abilities like Ambition of Irwin Smith and risky gambles. And so Peak is comfortable playing late, but Peak can also very easily open a SWAT and just kill.
100%. So from here, what is the number 1 adaptation that you would want to see Alex do to squeak out this game 3?
I think we just want to be really, really aggressive early on. Let's hit Peak down to around 15 health on turn 2 and force them to potentially be blowing up their stage for defense on that turn 2. So then they can't backswing you very hard, and then you can mop things up on turn 3. That's what I would like to see is let's play a 4 attack string on turn 2, take Peak down to 15, and then clean up the game on turn 3.
That makes sense to me. So from here, follow-up question. If you are Alex, what's the one foundation you don't want Peak to build on their side of the board? What would you both be most fearful of? The first form comes down, it's this foundation, and you go, ugh, this.
I think it's always Ambition of Irwin Smith. I'm not sure in this particular. I maybe it's Dark Ward because that's going to stop our turn 2 shenanigans. But just in general for Peak, I don't want to see Ambition early. How about you for yourself?
I think I fully agree. I think Ambition of Irwin Smith, utilized with Peak's front side of that -4 damage over and over and over again, is very, very potent. It's so strong. But we've got plenty of good targets here over on Peak side. The death symbol is chock full of these high value you do a thing, I do a thing type of cards, or rebuilding in some foundations, utilizing the destruction in a way that only the death symbol can. I'm excited for this game 3. Bit of an update for everybody. Something that has been pointed out to us. So everybody that played in today's event and made top 32 gets a day 1 invite to Worlds. The OCE only has is only 30 event points to get into their top cuts. So both top 2 players in the OCE, so the winner of this match as well as the winner of the other side of the bracket, are going to be making it into day 2, and a day 2 invite is only 120 points. And so they go clean up a couple of store championships. They play in a couple more regionals. And we're going to have a ton of people from the OCE qualified, not just for day 1, but for day 2 of Worlds. Very, very excited about it.
Yeah, and if they win, I think if Alex wins this game, he gets like a day 2 invite automatically. Finalist. Yeah, an OCE day 2 invite is 120 points. Finalist gets 150. Champ gets 200. So the winner of this matchup getting a day 2 invite, Alex could punch a ticket to day 2 of Worlds very, very early on in this competitive season.
Or John, like all you have to do is literally finish your food. That's the name of the game. Finish your food. Just find 22. Just find 29, and you will be flying to Worlds and playing for one of the best, coolest prizes that the card game community has to offer. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, let's see what Alex, I almost think like you side out your like we put in the 1x referee jury. I think you take it out. Like a lot of this sideboard is kind of defensive, like filled with doubts, counterattacks, referee jury, faith shield. I don't want to put any defense in here. I just want to kill.
What's your thought process there?
I would just want to go full aggro as Pony right now. Getting the benefit of having this be the first game where I get to go first. I don't want to waste any time on the defensive cards personally.
I think that I'm actually in the exact opposite boat. I think as a one-of, I think it is such an easy card to just hold on to. And I think the reason that it wasn't effective, like you said in the last game, was just we were a little premature with it. I think if we were a little more patient with what our referee jury was going to be doing, because committing my Rivals Foundations is not the thing that is going to stop me here. The thing that's going to stop them is having them go from a 14 damage Lunar Ring down to 4 and throw their math off just a little bit further. And it's so easy to accidentally hold that singular card for defense and sculpt it and keep it and feel fine, right? A singular block and then one referee jury could be the difference, especially if Peak can have just as crazy of a turn as Pony does. Colossal swat into the whatever the rest of my turn is going to look like could be really, really scary for Pony if we just pop, if Peak pops off 2 attacks and it could just be over. So having a referee jury say that you need to find a little bit more could be the difference maker.
Yeah, and I suppose I do actually like referee jury's offensive applications here with Peak plus greater goal getting say like -4 damage, and then you can referee jury take the damage back to 4. If like an electric moth was zeroed out, we could take it back to 4, and now if it deals, we get to draw, and then we could always clear with using Pony. We could clear the referee jury from our card pool. So I suppose I don't mind it here. This is a really, really good hand for Pony. We get this guarantee build 4, and we're holding a lethal slash. So our hand is exactly what you want to see as Pony if you're going to do some serious damage on turn 2.
And we were just talking about the potency of resetting stats down to their printed moment of normalcy does just that. And is a piece that is on the board. So kind of the best of both worlds here of being able to keep pieces in hand and play out as many cards as we want, be as aggressive as we want. As long as we don't commit that moment of normalcy, or it doesn't get committed down due to a anti-Titan artillery, we're going to be in the money a bit defensively.
Yeah, we can now reset anything that peak kind of blinks out. Ambition does come down. Enormous Axe comes down. So this is effectively a build 5. That's not terrible, although it's going to be pretty difficult protecting against this onslaught. It looks like we at least have a Hunter's Ally and a lethal slash. We don't have a Kiyomi to build off of Hunter's Ally, though.
Not yet, at least. And so I think opening with some other move makes the most sense as the Spirit Slash comes in. And I want to say, very heads up play from Alex, recognizing the threat that the Ambition of Ironsmith has. We were sitting here talking about, anti-Titan artillery is going to have to commit that moment of normalcy down. That moment of normalcy could be committed as the very first in hand on Peak's side this turn, just saying, hey, the main and only defensive piece that Pony has on her board is just going to be turned off. But it looks like committing to rebuild on Peak's side is the one to take the cake. I wonder what else this Pony's turn has in store.
Yeah, this means that we cannot use the damage reduction on Peak. We also cannot reduce the speed. Chances are we're just going to take our free build and then take this Spirit Slash and kind of see where Pony goes.
Completely, unless we've got some other block trick, right? Like we are to the death symbol. I'm gonna go check our deck real fast. Something like a showdown here would be really high impact. Looks like there are 2 showdowns inside of the deck. Showdown committing these 2 high impact cards and saying, hey, Pony, just like you tried to breaker to me on the last game, I'm going to stop you here. But it looks like a detailing the plans is going to come through. Definitely wish we would have saved that for something like a Falling Skies, but the partial block, saving a bit of health is going to be okay. Redrawing a card on that block, going now 22 to 27.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting choice there to partial, but I suppose, we'd rather blow up a committed foundation than a ready foundation, but we hard check the 6 anyway. So we didn't need to commit anything for that partial. Lethal Slash coming down. Nice turn extender. There's no Dark Ward here to stop it. We can clear Spirit Slash, build. We can ready Mother's Embrace plus build 1 plus clear Lethal Slash. Yeah. So we can effectively, after this attack, have no cards in our card pool, and we can have 5 ready foundations.
Yeah, very, very solid. And we talked in the between of the game. The thing that we are the one foundation that we didn't want John to see, that the name is The Greater Goal, is not on the board currently. And so having things like Mikasa's Admission, giving that +2 damage, is going to make things a little more high impact, asking for more blocks. And we are not on the Cart Titan side, nor do we have the committed foundations to do so. This is a scary turn for John. I think yellow warnings should be flashing as we go for an additional high block this time. The full block here, committing out our foundations, saying, hey, you damage pump this one, I can't let this one touch me.
Yeah, I don't quite agree with the decisions to block those first 2 attacks. They felt like the smallest attacks possible that are going to be coming at you. It almost felt like how last game Pony used the referee jury too early and then ended up dying on turn 2 because of it. I wouldn't be surprised if, because we used our resources to block the tiny attacks early, we're going to die to some late Falling Skies and Battle Aura releases coming down.
That's fair, especially with discarding an additional Mikasa's Admission to give +2 damage to this Moth. Now a 3 high for 6. But I will say, part of the identity that this peak wants to have is we need committed foundations to use as much of our stage as possible for this damage reduction. And so now we've got a ginormous axe, enormous axe, What's the adjective here?
enormous axe.
Enormous
Yeah, there it
axe. The
goes.
most enormous axe of all time gets destroyed now, -2 damage, essentially canceling that admission. And so rebuilding in a readied foundation. And now I'm on my speed side. Maybe another block is going to be possible, committing out the rest of this board. And then I get to block in some of the rest of it.
Yeah, we definitely can probably get another block in over the course of the turn. It's just that Pony can probably play 4 or 5 more attacks after this one, if things go well.
We'll just have to see. Electric Moth, one of the best turn enders, or turn starters, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't smell blood in the water quite yet. We'll see what happens on the next attack. But we're getting close. Looks like we might have drawn into a referee jury.
Didn't take it out at all, actually. This makes sense to me. Landed our second move here. First one unblocked. Now 22-23, evening up these life totals pretty severely. And here it is, the battle or release coming down. A beautiful number 10 pro hero, blank on the board. Would love to flip that to draw an additional card. And that one doesn't have to necessarily be gas, because I can pony some bad cards away, redraw a little bit more, grab some more counters, and we are still off to the races.
Yeah, Pony would really like to kill on this turn with the great setup given. We know there's a Spirit Slash in hand, but other than that, there's nothing. We got a referee jury and 2 foundations. So if we choose to mulligan away, to pony away the 2 foundations to try and find another attack, we are leaving ourselves kind of dangerously low on resources.
Absolutely. 25 minutes here left on the clock. I think we might just be giving up the ghost here. I think that that's the goal. I think that we are going to, especially if this lands, hey, let's get an 8 damage move across. You don't know how much further my turn's going to go. I'm going to spend some counters, and I'm going to clear this Electric Moth. Is there more coming? Actually, it's a build 2 pass. Okay. I will survive your onslaught. You only have 4 ready foundations. I'll be okay, as long as there's not some, colossal SWAT check of 5, colossal SWAT check of 5 kind of shenanigans involved, which easily could happen. It has happened to better players than Alex.
Yeah, and if we peek the Peak's hand, they have a Gouging Needle 0 high block in hand. So I think this battle order release is probably going to get blocked by that Gouging Needle, and then Alex probably builds here, and in which case it would have been the right decision to block those early. No, we want to keep the attack in hand for our next turn. We're going for a partial block, even though we had a 0 high in hand. Might be a high level play if we really want this backswing to go as hard as possible.
I love this play. This is a line that John is taking to win and instead of not lose, which I think is really, really respectable. I am such a fan of players that are actively trying to win the game rather than not lose the game.
Yeah, Alex stops. I think a lot of players in Alex's position would have just continued on, slammed the Spirit Slash down and sent away those 2 foundations to draw. I think it's really easy to just kind of keep pushing his Pony as long as possible. And then you start, but Alex kind of makes the wise decision that I don't think I'm going to find it this turn. My cards in hand are going down. I don't want to be too low on resources. I'm going to push the brakes here. And that was, in my opinion, an experienced Pony player move. Let's see. We've got a SWAT for Peak. That's going to be a pretty good opener. How aggressive can we get?
Incredible checking the 5 here. That was really, really mandatory, I think. Rebuilding in those 2 fictitious cards while committing only 1 resource. Imagine committing our entire board. But I will say the amount of gas that we have here that I saw peaking at Peak's hand is not 22. This is meant to maybe spook or scare what Alex is doing. And I think that there are signs and signals showing that there's not very much coming in afterwards, as we've destroyed a readied foundation for 3 damage or 2 damage, and then third from the artillery. And then from here, we're going to destroy the other ready one. Oh, excuse me, this is only 3 speed. We don't get to do the 3 damage. My apologies, because we were on the wrong side.
Mhm.
Same thing as the last game. The enhance on the peaks front side is a first enhance.
Yeah, curious decision to blow up the ready, because in my opinion, it might signal too strongly that you don't have lethal in hand. And I don't like making moves that signal to my rival what's happening. That said,
Especially if the signal is, hey, I'm not going to kill you this turn.
right. You don't have to be afraid. You can keep your sculpt. And
so from here, if you have the low block, do you go for the block here? Is that the signal that we would pick up on? Is it worth it? Even if it's something like a wish hard?
Yeah, if I had the low block, I would 100% block. But we know he's got Spirit Slash and Referee Jury. So there goes the moment of normalcy. So if we had an angry hand, that would have been a pretty good turn to try and push through some extra damage. We knew that there was at least a gouging needle that we're keeping. I mean, it makes sense to want to keep the 0 high block if you're not killing against Pony.
Versus
almost
the
every piece highs. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Totally agree. Yeah, Falling Skies, Gouging Needle. We also have a Showdown that is in hand, and we just built 3, probably the best 3 foundations we possibly could inside of Weapons Clash, the Greater Goal, and then pushing the limits, redrawing cards, flipping foundations for minus stats. The goal post just got pushed way, way further on Alex's side. It is going to take another 7 attack long string to crack this 19 health that Peak has set themselves up for. And because of this, there's so many cards on this board. Because of that colossal spot that we started with, not only do we land the move, dropping Pony down to 16 way easier to find than that initial 22. We've drawn the additional card, and our stage is very healthy, so that if we don't finish the food as Pony, Peak gets to come back and sweep it up. Huge,
Yeah, this is looking
huge play. Reviewing that Referee Jury, that is the sign of a confident man. I don't need this one. It's fine. There won't be a turn. I won't get to play it in the first place.
I don't mind it, but against the Greater Goal and Weapon Clash here, I also wouldn't have minded keeping it to take our own attack back to 4. But we know this is shaping up, like you said, it's a lot like game 1. Both players got some pokes in. Both players are sitting on pretty decent stages for doing what they want to do, and we've entered the mid game, and so it's going to take probably another 7-8 attack string to kill Peak.
And if there was a way to start it, not very good checking the 3, is very good starting with the Spirit Slash. Once it's cleared, again, we're going to be committing an additional resource.
Yeah, and we do get the bonus stats. We're going to have more face downs, so we're going to get +2/+1. It's going to make this one it's going to make it pretty difficult to block. If I'm Peak, I'm probably just going to take it. I don't want to spend resources on the 6-speed move when there's going to be 4-speed Battle Lore releases in the future.
Very true.
We just drew into a showdown, though. That could be a game-winning card. I
think we started with one. This might be a double showdown turn, which is crazy because there are only 2 in the deck.
Yeah, we got the benefit of risky gamble drawing, which we can then flip over with Greater Goal. I love I really, really like Greater Goal getting paired with Peak. That feels so strong, especially with the risky gamble combo. Just a neat combo. We have
especially with the minus stats combined with, we know that there's one, possibly two showdowns in hand. It's just going to have so much high impact at just fully halting this turn. If Alex kills through -4 damage on every move, combined with these showdown blocks, it's just going to showcase the absolute power that Pony has. Love the perfect sequencing here. Discarding these two cards, respond Wish Hard, draw, respond to Feral Shriek, draw, resolve with Pony, draw. Taking his time, knows, hey, I've got plenty of time here. We're not going to be missing triggers. We're playing it as on book as possible. That's the goal here.
Yeah, we did just build in the Lethal Slash, though, off of clearing Spirit Slash. We would have much rather drawn into that one. I have to imagine that Showdown comes down here, even though it's not the attack necessarily that you want to block because it's so tiny on damage. We would really like to go ahead and get that Moment of Normalcy tapped down. That way we give ourselves a solid chance to backswing.
I think this is totally okay to card a block, especially checking the 3 here, as this is the slowest move that we're going to have access to. And so from here, committing down a third of our Pony stage, saying, hey, that's not that big of a deal. It's going to be okay. But if there is a second showdown looming, he's checking, what are the chances? Do you have another one? I have another Electric Moth or another Lethal Slash. Oof. Checking poorly here. This was on the 5. This showdown, I think, is going to be the turn ender that we are asking it to be. Very, very scary position if you are a Pony fan. If you are an Alex fan,
yeah, we can clear. I mean, we can clear the Electric Moth. Lethal Slash is going to self-clear, but if we continue aggressing on this turn, we have to kill other because after this attack, we are going to get the opportunity. We have a lot of cards in hand. We could definitely build back a decent stage and at least hold a couple cards to get blocks off. I think the door's pretty much shut on killing this turn.
I mean, it would take a miracle, right? And Pony has ridden harder, crazier, more massive waves than this. That is for sure.
Yeah, it would take, I mean, it would be possible. It would take a lot of 5 checks. I mean, we see at least one Falling Skies in hand, although we don't know that John has the answer to Falling Skies on their side. Well, they're playing it now. There goes the throw hate.
So we might not have had the second. We might not have had the second copy of Showdown, because I would have slammed that card easy. I would have slammed.
Yeah, you're right. He probably just held on, and then when I only saw it though when he flashed his hand post draw, so he probably didn't draw a second copy.
Getting confirmation now from the hand. There's no second Showdown, but a second confirmation. If you're a Bakugo fan, they did just take it 2-0 on the other side of the bracket. That means that guaranteed we have Jake Gott punching his ticket to day 2 at Worlds. Congratulations, Bakugo, for moving on to the finals. How exciting.
Yeah, and we see that Pony continues the aggression here. Checks a 3. They're going to owe a foundation. Did they forget to tap one?
I don't believe that that's a... I think that that's a...
Was that a Ferocious Attacker?
It's a Ferocious Attacker.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I just saw orange and assumed attack. So Pony continuing the aggression. I kind of think that detailing the plan block might have been a little premature. We might have as peak, Showdown might have kind of lured us into a false sense of security where, okay, I think we ended the turn, but Pony has killed on 3 foundations before.
True. Very, very true. Has done more with much less. But the question is how much more can we sculpt? Using Pony's discard 2 redraw, it's not looking like we've got very many response redraws. We are going -1 card plus 2 counters to go and find the rest of the gas, to find 19 on this turn. Looks like we're going in for the block. This one fails, taking 2, dropping all the way down to 14. If we keep this up, it's only going to take what? 20 attacks to finish the game?
Yeah, it's going to take some of those big ones at the end. Now the question is, though, can John block the big ones with 2 cards in his card pool?
I mean, we got
And
-3 speed and 3 ready foundations. If we wanted one more potent block, we absolutely could make it happen. From here, love the patience from Alex, scoping out, taking his own peek at John's discard pile. What is the threat? What could possibly come in and ruin my plan? If it is time to take the breaks, what do I need to prepare for?
yeah, and John now knows that there is no referee jury that Alex has access to, since we reviewed it out earlier. I think we maybe just played the electric moth to get the discard 1, draw 2 off, because no, we're continuing to go, and we check another 3.
Oh my goodness.
We are not checking very well on this turn, plus the showdowns. We might be kind of digging our own grave here.
I mean, we've sat here and talked about signals that my rival is giving us. There's the signals that Alex's own deck is giving them of, hey man, you've got all of these non-attack cards in your hand. Obviously, you're going to be checking attacks as you go to play them, because that's all that's left. That's all that's left inside of your list. But again, 3 high for 4, easily snuffed out if we wanted to by Peak's Destroy, plus a greater goal of flipping that syndicate target. It's possible we committed 2 foundations to just redraw a card, redraw 2 cards, and flip over one of my rival's foundations. Not a great position to be in here if you are a pony fan.
Yeah, we chose to clear. That clear could just be to open the way for a nice build, though, because we need a to not be playing on too much progressive to get a strong build to defend. We just have to play to our outs. It's not over just because of some 3 checks. You have to be careful not to get too tilted when your deck doesn't work with you. We have a Filled with Doubt in hand, so we could stop a Luna Ring in its tracks that might get to lethal. We could stop a Colossus Swat early on in the turn to force Peak to have to check well. We're purposely failing blocks because we want to draw into gas. Peak knows that next turn is the turn to win this game.
100%. I think that we are done attacking. I think we've done a count of how many attacks are left in our deck. We've decided that it is time to give up the ghost, as we only rebuild 2 and we pass. Interesting to play 2 1 difficulty foundations after we get done. We opted to spend 3 counters to clear the card rather than keeping that's -6 speed that we had access to if we decided to just play a little more risky and play that on a 3 on a 4 rather than on a 2 on a 3. What are the chances? What do you think that there's still a Lethal Slash looming inside of Alex's deck? That was the card that we were fishing and digging for so badly.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm confused by the decision to spend 3 counters to clear the moth if our plan was to only build 2. I assumed, hey, we want to build 4 or 5 if we're spending counters to clear. But we checked a Final Slash on this Hardened Fist, which we had to commit 1. It's not the end of the world because Hardened Fist is going to recoup our cost.
Yeah, that combined with the added rebuild on Peak's front side is going to have our foundation base be nice and healthy. And if we do decide that it is time to push, we could even take and start sacrificing face-up foundations by flipping the sacrifice is a bad word because that now means destroy. Let me change my verbiage. We can now spend face-up on foundations by flipping them to get even more damage on these greater goals, to push that damage as soon as shields are down over on Alex's side.
Yeah, Alex is going to be able to get probably a couple blocks off and a Filled with Doubt to stop something. It's going to take a decent string here, and Peak doesn't really have a just massive stage to comfortably string. And we didn't start off with a SWAT. If we had drawn into one, we have to imagine we would lead with it instead of Hardened Fist. It's not a comfortable. This is not a comfortable. This is far from a comfortable win for Peak.
I will say, I mean, this thing is just going to hit hard, right? Printed 5 damage move. It's representing half of the remaining life total of Alex. It's just asking, demanding respect from Alex. Hey, you have to deal with this one, and the other ones I think are going to be just as impactful as well.
We choose to take it. We're going all the way down to 8. It says, give me the warm and bubbly. Peak punishes you if you don't block early.
Here is, yes.
Yeah, Gouging Needle, a low attack. We have a Falling Skies in hand, so we have a nice low block. But we do have the momentum to give this powerful 3. This is going to be basically an 8 low for 10, I think, when all is said and done, maybe like an 8 low for 12. So if we choose to block with our Falling Skies on this one, which it would make sense, you want to block the powerful move, it's probably going to cost us the rest of our stage. So after this block, we'll, in all likelihood, only have a Filled with Doubt in hand for defense.
With that said, though, Peak is now destroying readied foundations, saying that what matters now is stats, not the ability to pass checks. Very, very scary.
Yeah, we get a couple counters. We can always just change it to high so that we don't have to block with our attack.
I think at this point, there's no way that I spin counters on anything that's not minus stats, especially if I have the block zone to make it happen.
Yeah, I think we have to try and pull 2 blocks out.
From here, pins and needles we are all sitting on, waiting for these players to meticulously find it. Tap in these final last health points. Very close game. 8 health on Pony side, 10 on Peak. We saw Pony play so much of this game, but now it is Peak's time for the last 5 minutes. So many game actions happening, destroying so many foundations. Destroy, redestroy, flip, reflip, transform, untransform. Everything has to be in its proper place. If we do not dot our I's and cross our T's, then the finish line, the goalpost, might be taken away from us. And there we see the activation of the powerful 3. Like you said, David, is this the final attack of the game? Is this going to be blocked? What are your predictions?
It's only the final attack if Alex checks a 2. If he checks a 2 on this block, then it is game. Checks a 3, he's okay. He just has to commit entirely out. So now we're probably on the last attack of the game because greater goal plus our character plus 4 it's going to get lethal. Yeah.
And that one is the tri-gravity that we check the 6 on. This one all by its lonesome gets to the 8 damage off of Peak, and we get to rip the cards out of hand, saying, hey, if you had any sort of trap, a referee jury or something along those lines, it's not going to help you now. And I think that we are sitting here and we are looking at Filled with Doubt in our hand, wishing that it could have possibly saved us. Adding a card to our card pool is just going to get us killed.
Yeah, Filled with Doubt is what we need to do is seal greater goal or yeah, the sealed card is allowed to still get damage, so it's going to get up to 4, 5. It's going to get up to 10 damage. If we remove something, 12 damage. Yeah, I think we're just recognizing that our tournament run is over. You know, you never want to shake hands too early. I've done that before, where I shake hands early thinking I've lost, and then I realize that I had an out to play too. So I don't mind taking a minute, you know, looking through your hand again, looking at your stage again, trying to think how do I not die here? But I don't see a possible solution.
There it is. I do appreciate Alex playing to every out that he possibly has, giving us the cycle that we wanted to see with this extra card in the card pool, +3/+3 across stats. This move is just unblockable, and we know that it is checkmate. At this point, we're just going through the motions of what is to be the final turn of
Why?
on the 7. Checks another 6. He wants to do his swag. Holy cow. John knew. He said, I'm not done with you. Playing with his food, showcasing why Peak is the new kid on the block. And the pony is going to go home with a tied with 3rd place finish. Incredible. Congratulations to Alex. But more importantly, congratulations to John as not only for going into finals, but securing a spot in the World Championship. Day 2, baby. David, you don't got one of those.
No, I don't have one of those, and I don't think I will. Although, I am planning on winning Louisville, so we'll just have to see. I'm gonna come down and try and win that one. Yeah, but now this sets up our finals. We have Bakugo versus Peak. Bakugo just got done chomping on the order Peak, winning that round 2-0. We'll see if Bakugo can get another pretty swift victory here in the finals, or if maybe this Peak can do what Order Peak was not able to do and pull a win out. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I can't imagine it's going to be more than a couple minutes before we're into finals.
Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for the grand finals of the Melbourne Regional. David, it's time. And I am very surprised that this Bakugo 4 is still in the race here. I am fully shocked that Jake has kept moving forward with this deck. But you know what? Sometimes it's the right deck on the right weekend. And that's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, he has felt like the destined player. Honestly, he was on our first stream match for Swiss, our first stream match for Top Cuts, and now our final match of Top Cuts. He's still on. I love all the bling. He's got the chrome rare number 40 Bakugo down there. For our people at home who maybe are not familiar with these Melbourne players, this is actually a locals matchup. They both play here locally at Grand J Games. And actually, Jake, the Bakugo player, has never beaten John in a full set. And so, John is kind of Jake's final boss here. Coming at the finals. I mean, if you're going to beat somebody once, you might as well have it be in the finals.
Exactly. At this point in the tournament, this Bakugo deck has, like, I'm a skeptic sometimes. I have to say this, that this deck's pretty cool. It's like it is just the meta this weekend being this, like, hey, I'm gonna play, everybody's playing these damage reduction decks and stuff like that. Well, I'm gonna take all the new card advantage that has been given to this Bakugo character over the last few sets, and it's just all working. It's just running in all cylinders today. And I am just like, man, we saw him beat the Bako, where he just been like, oh, I'm gonna berserker bite and block, and I'm like, oh, you can't do this. Like, on a 6, on a 6, on a 6, gotcha. I was like, wow.
Yeah, triple rabble rousing sometimes does the trick, and I think Peak is actually a much better matchup for Bakugo than Bako was, because we just saw this Peak put in a lot of work with Greater Goal, Weapon Clash, the damage reduction on face against Pony, and that really took a lot of the blocking pressure off of Peak to withstand these long Pony strings. But against Bakugo, all of those damage reductions are just thank you very much. They're not doing anything. In fact, they're even helping me. Your I'm with yous. Like, there are so many damage reduction cards in Peak that are blank in this matchup, and Bakugo is going to be taxing the hand. So while Peak can give -3 speed and block, probably not going to have the cards in hand to constantly block. So while Jake maybe has never beaten John in a matchup, I actually think when you look at the two characters that Bakugo 4 is pretty well positioned to do it here.
Yeah, it definitely, you can see from looking at the decks for both players. Like, John's deck is, like, he seems like he has definitely, this is beyond the build 0, the version 1, where like I see a lot of chosen cards. Like, we're playing some risky gambles, like because we built so many face downs. It's like, hey, why not play risky gamble? Because once in a while, I'm gonna find a way to draw some extra cards. We're like, it's all card advantage with these swats, determined dive, even some hardened fist. I love seeing that card getting play. It's so it's like people just people could just like get walked through on it because it just does so much value.
Yeah, everything about this Peak list is maintaining a healthy stage. The character itself wants to be blowing up your stage, so we want to be keeping it healthy. Swats, determined dives, hardened fists, enormous axes, lots of weapon clashes to build in something committed. And what I really like is the 4x of the wall counter card to turn our determined dives into builds and draws. You are coming with the opportunity cost of, like, not running 2 difficulty foundations that maybe would be a little stronger, like a reset, like Fashion Icon or Keiko's aids is something we see pretty common on the death symbol, maybe like fighting for controls. You're losing a little bit of those to get the wall counter cards. But speaking of the wall counter card, Vision, I think of the Survey Corp, something like that. It's the first foundation played here. So we do have a wall counter. Our determined dives get to draw. Pretty solid build here with loss of consciousness. That's going to enable us to seal a foundation of Bakugo stage and a pushing the limits to draw.
Yeah. I mean, that's a that's like one of those really interesting, like, hey, I'm gonna play this low effort. Like I have a speed bonus, a speed bonus or penalty card, but that one wall counter that I need for the whole game is now online. So now I have another cantrip card. I love it.
Yeah, and it's not the worst foundation in the stage either. I think it's flip for -2 speed or -2 damage. In this matchup, it's just flip for -2 damage. I mean, -2 speed.
Which we're going to need all of it, probably, to get through this game.
Yeah, the trouble here is like speed. Bakugo is not really trying to put speed on their attacks to push damage through. It's going to be entirely can peek, keep the cards in hand necessary to keep going. So a Colossus SWAT, we're going to have to commit out our stage pretty much. We're opting for our character +2 foundations so we can still get our draw. But we also have a determined dive in hand. So we could see this, even with a terrible check here, we could see the turn extend beyond what we expect.
Yeah, this is not an end. Well, my turn's over situation, which is amazing about this, because usually like you're playing a 6 diff with 3 foundations, your character up, and you're just like, well, I'm down a character. I'm down already. It looks like we're gonna +2 damage and flip here. We're just gonna use those face downs that we just built.
It's interesting to pop the ready. That means we're probably not going to extend too much. I would imagine that we play the determined simply to draw and get a solid build off of this. But I'm not sure about popping the ready. That's going to make, if we check a 3 on the determined dive, it makes even a build out pretty difficult.
Yeah, I'm looking at the build. Like, I think we're just trying to I think we're just trying to push a little bit here. It's like, hey, what's I want you to interact with this attack. I think is the line here. But I mean, Jake could just be like, all right, I'll like this is fairly blockable. It's like, do you have the low block? Okay, I'll block. If I don't, I'll just take it.
And he did have the low block. We had the 0 diff in hand, a pretty good presence of mind for Jake not to build that 0 diff. A lot of players would have just slammed that on a 5, check a 5, get it built down. But knowing that our opponent loves to lead with SWAT keeps the low block in hand.
It looks like we're following up. Is that the turbine dive we're following up?
Yeah. Draw a card and build 1 committed. Since we have the wall counters needed to draw the card, but we always get to build something committed.
Yeah, we're gonna use those artilleries here to start drawing up. You add that little bit of incremental damage. I always enjoy characters that have like extra interactions of like, hey, did you do something? Did you jump through? Did you do like a requirement? Cool. Go get something from your deck. Like, it's always been an asset. It's never been like, oh, get this foundation of the specific name. But like, I really want to figure out what's the size of the deck requirement where I can play 4 of these. Because every time I flip and use the commit, I want to be able to just go find the next one. And I want to be able to have that extra stun to my board to get like a line here.
This was kind of a crazy bold play.
Yeah,
because we popped the ready. Because we popped the ready on Colossus SWAT instead of one of our committeds, a 3 check on this Tri-Gravity almost would have been game. Like, you would have been set so far back. You would have had to fail it. You don't get any sort of build out. But because we check a 5, this is going to be a serious amount of damage here on this turn too. And we could get a nice build. I mean, fortune favors the bold.
We have normalcy up. So that's the one thing that I could say towards Jake, is we have normalcy up to kind of reset the speed if it just gets out of hand.
I'm a little surprised we didn't use it. I'm a little surprised we didn't use normalcy on that one.
We're going to build out a risky gamble. And I think we're deciding to go a little bit further here.
Yeah.
Go one more out. We're going to call it there. Like, that is an impressive turn. Like, all right, the SWAT got blocked. My other 2 attacks connected. And we end the turn with 6 foundations.
Yeah,
Not
and
bad.
because I chose to blow up, one of my ready ones on SWAT, I get to keep a foundation for the longer term. Yeah, very, very successful turn for Peak. Getting Bakugo to where, even with an always cool and a moment of normalcy, it's pretty easy to imagine a turn 3 kill line for Peak.
Yeah. We're going to start off with this rabble rousing. So we've got all of our attacks for +2 for the charge. That's what that means. But also remember, we are completely out the other one that's been removed from the game. We could have had a turn here of double rabble, which would have been crazy. Just like, all right, everything's +4. I'm going to try to go in for the game.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the decision to discard Colossus SWAT. It's a high block, which is good against this one, and it's a, you'd like to keep that for your sculpt. I guess we're just kind of resigned to the fact that we're not sculpting against Bakugo, so we might as well try and get some better block mods. But double rabble rousing. This is the favorite line of Bakugo.
Yep. Here we go, +4. +4 to every attack now, and lose that last card.
Yeah, we had the one block happen that we're going to get basically for the turn. Do we have a way to draw? We do. We have pushing the limits, so we can get one more. We can probably get one more block, but it's going to cost us blowing up our stage a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're hoping to draw into a high block.
Yeah. We did do the sequencing correct there, where we did burn through the Botan's coaching first. Like, it looks like we're putting it back to printed speed. I like that line. We're gonna do some offensive normalcy here to try to push this through.
Yeah, I guess we're saying if you try and block with a 3 block mod now, if you check a 3, you fail. Yeah. I don't know. It feels a little premature for moment of normalcy to come out, especially if we're going to be going on this kind of line of trying to check a 6. But
here we go. There's the reboot.
Yeah,
check the 5. Yeah, this is good.
This is a crazy hot draw for Bakugo. I mean, we saw Bakugo kill off triple rabble rousing, kill a Bako very early in the game in first round of top cuts, double rabble rousing into explosive rebuke.
Do we have one? We have the last one.
I see now why we use the moment of normalcy. We didn't want them to block with it because we know explosive rebuke is going to come out to get rid of their last card. So we want to kind of fake them out of blocking that one, get them into a false sense of security that they should hold it and block a later one. And then we get them to discard it, and now they lost their one chance to block the whole turn.
Yeah. And now we're like, if we had one more attack, this was game. But now we're like, okay, we're gonna build this latent skill. And now we gotta decide, do we need to build further here? Is the real question. Like, do we go one more deeper or to try to get through this?
Well, one more is just lethal, right? I mean, there's no
one
way.
more foundation. We played the late skill. So are we playing one more foundation?
Oh, I was thinking maybe. Yeah, for some reason my head was going like this. There's sometimes lines where you build and then you throw out the last one just to see if you check a 5 on it, and then if you don't, you already built. Like something silly like that. But yeah, going for the build. Double rabble rousing into explosive rebuke is the absolute nut draw for damage, but it's not drawing you more cards.
Yeah. All right. I see a lot of gray there. It looks like we've got 4 foundations and 2 attacks, possibly. We did not get that aggressive swing backhand we were looking for.
Yeah, this is probably not going to be able to deal 18 through an always cool. Although anti-Titan artillery puts a lot of pressure on always cool to be used early, because if you at any point don't block, it immediately goes down. Is there any response here that Dark Ward canceling would make a big difference? Maybe rabble rousing? Is that a response?
I think we can. I got a Dark Ward. It stops a card pool, right?
Yeah, a card pool response. So yeah, it could stop rabble rousing.
Yes, it could stop rabble rousing. here's the thing: 2 have been played, a third has been removed, so there's only 1 more. But we're at a point where the rabble rousing is not like essential to the kill turn to chunk through, which is good. We're right now where it's like, hey, you got to block the objective right now is to get everything to 7 damage, if possible. Like try to get everything to 7 and just push. Like we want, I think we want scowls at this point. That's what we want to be drawing here.
Yeah, I wonder how fast Peak pops the loss of consciousness to seal the latent skill. See, Vile Seizing come down. A little bit of pseudo stun, although, yeah, Peak is going to want to be destroying that loss of consciousness. They're perfectly willing to commit it to pass the Vile Seizing check. Here it goes. It's got to be the latent skill.
Yeah, I think we tunneled the ability. I think we should have gone for the latent skill first.
Yeah, it's just it goes against, you're so used to like blitzes, especially these days. You play your attack, you're just so used to pressing the attack ability first. But yeah, latent skill going off at the beginning probably was the right play.
All right, we're using normalcy again to reset the printed speed. Which I think which is the right move to once again, hey, you can block this, but your -3 speeds off it. I mean, we're just trying to pressure here at this point.
Yeah. Pete can't really use the damage reduction aspect. And so everything is on the speed and cards in hand. I'm just a little surprised. I mean, Bakugo doesn't really have such a healthy foundation base to push. If Peak is able to hold on to cards in hand against this Bakugo and get 2 or 3 blocks off, I don't know. I guess it's only 7 health. You know, it takes one attack getting through for Bakugo. Now down to 3.
Yeah, I think right now I think we're trying. I wonder if he has an ambush thrust in hand. This would be the perfect spot for it. To like follow this Vile Season up with an ambush thrust to get back the explosive reboot to get 2. You're stripping 2 more cards from the hand again, and just put them in. All right, you got to block multiple times here. Good luck.
Yeah, that would be a sick line. We're thinking through it. What are we gonna do? And a sweeping daggers, not checking well. This is now, if we don't get through on this turn, we're not set up very well to defend against Peak. But what is the Peak attack? We could copy SWAT and build in 2 foundations and get powerful 4. We could copy. Is there anything that would give massive speed?
I like that.
I don't think Harden. I mean, we could get the combo enhance on Harden Fist off. That's funny. Gouging, I think we would rather just be SWAT if we wanted powerful. Although we might not remember that SWAT has powerful.
I think we're looking. Oh, we haven't. I don't think there's one in the discard yet. I was wondering.
Heel Strike is interesting. What would we unflip that would matter here?
I think we just want speed.
Oh, unflip one for 2 speed. That makes a lot of sense.
Like, hey, I'm gonna make you use more of your. Like, hey, I'm gonna unflip. I'm just gonna unflip this for 2 speed. Plus the stun 1. I mean, it doesn't. It may not. Like we're trading. I'm unflipping 1 for you to flip 1. That's what just occurred in this line.
Yeah, if there's one more attack in hand for Bakugo, the speed makes a lot of sense. If there's not one more attack, then, I mean, this is still going to be very blockable with Peak being able to say -3 speed. But yeah, show one more attack and the speed makes a lot of sense.
All right, so we got the block off. What else? What's the follow-up here? Oh, it looks like we're going to build again.
Yeah, now we'll have double latent skill on our next turn, so we can definitely dig for the gas. But the question is going to be, can we survive? I mean, we have to use Always Cool basically on the. We have to use Always Cool unless we're going to fully block.
Yep. That does not look like we got, once again, we're 2 attacks. And we have
Yeah.
no filter.
We can at least dig with Determined Dive a little bit.
Yeah. I think it's the best line here is probably play the dive, draw a card, and make the decision for, play dive, draw a card, go from there.
Yeah, see what you get. Forgetting the combo enhance on Fist since we see one in hand. The combo is your rival destroys a face-up foundation. They may build the top card of their deck committed. Okay, that's not going to be the most relevant here.
Yeah.
I guess it feels Lunaring a little bit, but
like, I mean, we get to do we get to regain a foundation after we use the enhance. Like, I do like hey, I have a built-in sacrifice effect. Okay, cool. I'll use this enhance to be able to replace that foundation immediately. It's not a bad. It's like it.
Yeah.
I mean, that card was the heyday of the death aggro. Like, I need a way to re-ready foundations, but I'll do it artificially.
Yeah, and Peak here is in kind of an interesting spot where you're not, unless you're going to kill, you're not really allowed to continue pushing because you have to keep as many cards in hand as possible. We've at least reached a healthy stage enough to where we don't feel the pressure to build. Like Bakugo feels the most oppressive early when when you're like, I need to build foundations, but I also need to keep cards in hand. We at least don't have the pressure of needing to build foundations. So if we wanted to, we could maybe build one from here and then pass over. But opting to take it means that Always Cool goes down. With only one attack in hand, is it worth it to play it?
Yeah. I'm just trying to see. Okay, so it looks like we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we're not like dancing deadlock right now.
Yeah, this is 5 damage base, I believe, with popping and I'm with you. We plus our anti-Titan and Peak, we can get this to 10 damage. Maybe if there's another I'm with you face down, it gets to perfectly lethal.
Yeah. But the only thing is we're looking at only at like a 6 mid.
Yeah, it all depends if there's another +2 damage down there.
Yeah. Like, I think I mean, obviously, I really hope. I think Jake has he has 4 ready foundations. I mean, we can block this with pretty easily. I think we're trying to verify. Oh,
yeah, I think it would be check a 5. Basically, I think if you check a 3, you probably fail your block. But
okay, I see. We're replacing the artillery when we transformed.
But that's a first enhance, so that doesn't really get us extra damage.
Yeah, but
it just gives us an extra.
It gives us a commit if this hits, which
right.
We're trying to, like, if you block, I think we're playing to our outs here. Is what we're trying to do here. It's like, hey, let's do everything I think I can do here. I may need it.
Yeah, Bakugo does not know that Beak's hand is mostly foundation. So I'm sure they're thinking, Jake's probably thinking that this is going to be a lethal turn. Let's see what happens. He looks like he did press the button to destroy a face up, put in a face down.
Yep, we got the 1 damage from the artillery.
Yeah, and so we did not have the second I'm with you. So this does not present lethal. It can take Bakugo down to 2 health, but looks like that's probably where it's going to end. And I wouldn't be surprised if after this attack, it's basically just all right, pass over. I need to keep all 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, you have to block.
Mm-hmm.
You have to block for days. If we get like this is like we commit out for the block. Perfect. That's a And now you're like, okay, you have to do 12. And now they're like, well, guess what? I don't got it.
Yeah, we probably only get to build one card from our hand, which is going to be the most impactful. We were thinking about Moment of Normalcy, but we're instead opting for Draw. I don't think that's the wrong play. That means because between Explosive Rebuke and Bakugo, that's 2 cards from hand. If we get this Pushing the Limits in, now we can theoretically block 3 times. And that, unless there's a super hot draw on Bakugo side or the latent skills just hit gas, 3 blocks is probably good enough, but you need them to also be full blocks because you're at 2 health.
Yeah. And the other thing we could do is like, I wish we were like, oh, the dagger. I actually think putting him to 2 maybe what's going to lock this game up, because the average of base damage of every attack is 4. And so it's not like oh, well, everything's just going to, even without bonuses from Bakugo, you're like, all right, you have to full block. You have to have the right zones. You have to have everything hitting here. And now there's no way to steal those latent skills. So we're going to dig pretty hard here.
Yeah, we're going to see basically 10 cards this turn right off the bat. Yeah, Peak is going to need to perfectly time every block zone.
Yep.
Let's see if they can do it. Start off with the Vile Seizing. This is almost never drawing a card. I mean, Peak is almost always going to be, even with this 3 check, I think as Peak, I would commit to pass the check.
Yeah, I mean, it's that you're.
He's gonna let it go. He's gonna let it go through. But to me, like, Peak's line is maybe Bakugo doesn't find 5 attacks or 4 attacks.
Yeah. Well, now we're gonna. Oh, we're asking the timing of Risky Gamble. But that Risky Gamble, not Risky Gamble doesn't matter here. It's face up. Like, what are we asking for the timing of? I feel like they're asking the timing on something, and I'm like, that they realize it doesn't even matter to the situation.
Yeah. Yeah, Risky Gamble could put in a lot of work in this game, but it needs to get face down again. Oh, and there's another one.
We have one face down.
All right, so now we could posture, 3 correct block zones decently well. I mean, you get a pretty good read on this Bakugo deck that, all right, most everything is highs. We have to deal with some sweepings, which are mids, and some irate scowls, which are lows. Explosive Rebuke is mid.
We have not seen. There's a lot of scowls in the deck still. Like
yeah.
So I expect we're gonna get. I think we just drew a reboot. I think I got the flash there of the explosive reboot. I'm like, all right, here we go, first block.
Yeah, and that Moment of Normalcy again. It was chosen not to be built because how much does it matter? I mean, resetting to damage would have gone a long way if you weren't at 2 health. Did you get your Moment of Normalcy promos, by the way? I missed out on mine.
I missed mine too. They came out they got posted at the worst time. So I'm not a big. It's fine. I'm not I think I'll end up with them eventually. They'll roll through the shop again at some point, maybe. Who knows?
Hopefully.
I'm waiting for my my Barrett and Garrett and Will to show up. I think I think Will Anderson is about to be a menace to the format. I am working on that's a deck that's in I spent my afternoon today like toying with it, and I'm like, this is something. There's something here.
Even the judge needs to read Ambush Thrust. I think that's an Explosive Rebuke that's in our momentum. So that would be double Explosive Rebuke after this. That's gonna be very difficult for Peak to survive that kind of line.
Yep, we're gonna grab this back. Do our character clear for discard 1. Yeah, I think we have double rebuke. I think this is it's like, yep, you could do all this stuff, but That's your last draw.
Yeah, Peak has drawn so many cards. We have like 6 cards in hand, but Bakugo's going to say goodbye to 1 here, and then we're going to say goodbye to 2 more with Rebuke. Even with such a healthy hand, Bakugo might be ripping through this.
I think Bakugo's got. I think they have the. We have 2 additional discards on top of the blocks, so that's 5 cards right there on what's in the hand. And every block has to be perfect.
Yeah, enormous axe +1 mid block. Nice there. Only have to commit 1. Let's see what comes next. Is Rebuke a response, though, that can be canceled, or are those enhances?
Nope, they're all enhances.
All right, so Dark Ward is not doing anything
Yep.
against this, but we checked a 3 on it. Could the checks get in our way?
I'd be more concerned if we check the other Rebuke in this line.
Yeah, we know we can definitely pass the second Rebuke that we have in hand, because we'll clear here, and then it'll be on a 6. Even if we check a 2, we can commit out for it. But I think that we're going to need this Rebuke plus another 1 plus something else to come in. So we might be on check a 5 to win.
I don't think we. I got a quick glimpse of John's hand. I'm seeing only lows and highs.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, we have a
Oh,
we have
Luna
a lunar.
ring.
We have a Luna ring for this one. But
Yeah,
after
that's not
that,
gonna-
we don't have anything.
Yeah, another Rebuke here might just be game, just for the sake of 3 straight mid attacks.
So we're deciding, are we losing? Yep, we're going to get rid of the low.
So if you're Jake, you know that you're really watching the block zones being discarded too.
Yep. We'll increase the stun to stun 2. It's like, all right, here's more fuel for the for minus speed. And we're just like, catch.
Yep.
All right, slam it down.
All John has is a high block in hand. And there it is. Even a 2 check here should win the game for Jake, unless there's another face down risky gamble, outwits, opportunity to draw. I have to imagine that this is lethal. Bakugo 4 winning with his signature Bakugo card.
Yep, game 1. That is, I mean, like I said, we kind of explained how this match was going to go. Like you're pretty much flipping. When you passing turn to your opponent, you just want to be on on cart side, ready to go. You don't want to you don't want to give that attack minus or bonus. You just want like, all right, I'll just do this immediately.
Yeah, what's a little demoralizing on Peak's side is that honestly, that game was set up pretty well for them. They just didn't rip a hot hand when it was time to go in. You know, if they Determined Dive and Hardened Fist was all they had, and they probably could have killed that turn with just a little bit extra gas. And they had such a successful turn too by going SWAT into dive into tri-gravity beam. And they still ended up with the loss here, down 0-1 in a matchup where I don't think they're very well favored. So a little demoralizing on the Peak side to me.
Yeah. I think in this situation, we're just looking at both these stacked sideboards. For the Bako, I don't think that the tailing plans doesn't need to come in. I could see Disarming Glance coming in here, and once again being like that defensive line of like, all right, you play to like you have to just make the read of like, hey, this Disarming Glance has to do it when I need it to happen. Like you might just get the right line for it. Filled with Doubt, I could definitely justify that coming in. I can even justify Luna Ring. There's a lot. If like you play a late Luna Ring, and you're just like, I would be. You know what I would be doing? Like they especially go in games 2 and 3. Every time it's my turn, and every time they start about to start game blowing up, I just start counting. Instead of a die there counting the number, and they think you're just counting up for a lunar ring, and they're like, it never comes. But like, you just want to have the information ready at all times. I love that.
That's so funny that Bakugo packed a Luna Ring in the side. I feel like that's almost because the Bakugo is not forcing the rival to destroy foundations beyond, I guess, like Rabble Rousing's deadlock, I think. But if you know that the meta is going to be peak, you know, if you have a read, and you probably do, you know, if it's a pretty good size event, 39 players, but it's not massive, and so you could probably do a pretty good read on what character is going to be most represented, and if you know peak is going to be most represented, yeah, Lunar Rings in the side makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And then looking at the other side of the table here for John, I really think it's going to be filled with doubt is like a likely candidate. Desperate Struggle definitely should be coming in because it's a speed or damage reset, not a penalty. So being able to go do the little slide around and protect the damage and protect things properly, probably your best line. I don't think Coronation of Historia would be a good one to bring in this matchup. But if that's a card that like I always want to play it main deck. Every time I put it in a sideboard, I never want to bring it in.
Yeah, there's not too. It wouldn't be doing too much here. I think it's just the Filled with Doubts and the Desperate Struggles. You would love to Filled with Doubt and Explosive Rebuke, force them to play on progressive, not let them rip your hand apart. Desperate Struggles, don't let them triple Rabble Rousing destroy you. At any one of those Rabble Rousings, you can respond Desperate Struggle to take it back to printed, and that is not a damage penalty. That is a reset, so it would not trigger Bakugo. Those are the two that I imagine are coming in.
We'll see here. Like the other thing is that is also the surprising thing is Jake broke serve. Like got the serve. Like Jake's now like, all right, we can if John gets a hot hand here, we can go to game 3, and now they get to go first. And that's a good situation to be in.
Yeah, they have stolen home court advantage.
Yep.
Here. I see a Showdown got pulled into Peak's hand. I wonder if that's something we would hold on to or mulligan away or review out on our turn 2.
I would protect that card with my life. Personally.
I guess it depends to me on what Bakugo builds. If they build like all spam foundations, maybe I let it go. But yeah, it definitely protects you from the turn 2 aggression that Bakugo can put out.
All right, we're gonna get 2 back here. What's being questioned here? Oh, his mulligan method I think was being questioned of like because he puts the ET like UniVersus goes, takes the 2 cards, put them on the bottom, and then deals the 2 off the top, and then starts shuffling. And like the judge was like, I think the judge was like, what happened here? Do you have the right set amount of cards still? Because most of us will put them in like we'll mulligan, we'll put our cards in front, like, hey, we're doing 2, and we are like, yeah. He is literally doing the letter of the rule mulligan.
But nobody really does that.
No one does it, which is the funny part.
All right, let's see. Peak's got an Ambition of Irwin Smith, best foundation in the deck by far, in my opinion.
Yep.
We already checked that Filled with Doubts, so it looks like the Filled with Doubts did come in. I actually don't mind Peak personally. Oh, we check a 5 on it, so we do get our wall counter.
Got our wall counter online. Let's go.
I don't mind Peak actually mainboarding Filled with Doubts and then siding them out, doing it the opposite way instead of siding them in, just because Peak gets to play like a 7 or 8-hander so much that like Filled with Doubt kind of is clunky in most 6-handers, but I feel like Peak's one of the rare 6-handers where it's not clunky.
Oh, we got Kiyomi on board. This is the card that I knew was going to see some play this weekend. The ability to, you like pulling cards from your card pool. Your character loves doing it. You have the air symbol. Why are you not playing this card? It's amazing.
Yeah, Bakugo gets one free response on this card, but you can respond up to twice, and you can either ready something or you can draw a card. So Bakugo can continue filling their hand whenever they press their character button, or making up for, maybe they check a 2 and they can make up for it.
There's just so much strength. Like, this card just has all the value we're looking for. And the other good thing about it is because we're only clearing on average once. So we can go on there on our turn, we clear for the draw, and we can use our clear on our own turn and draw on their turn and draw as well, while not committing the backup, which is awesome.
Yeah, we once again see John blowing up the SWAT foundations, putting kind of a premium on their own foundations. Even though the I'm with you is committed, that's okay. We're gonna blow up one of the free ones that we got to build in off of here. This is looking very, very similar to game 1 on Peak's side.
Yeah, this is the hope here. We want to get a SWAT like this. Here's the thing: is I really liked the order build of Peak because of the idea you get to play Lightning Rod and SWAT in the same deck. But the Death build it seems it has more of a consistency line. That's what it feels like, at least to me. Where we get to have there's just a lot more. It feels more consistent, but it looks like we. Oh, what? Wait, how did? Oh, we went after the backup.
Interesting.
We were like, I don't want Kiyomi on the board. That is too much power. You're not allowed.
Yeah, and this I think Peak decks are very wide open, the attack lineups they can play. Like, we're seeing Determined Dive. I think Determined Dive basically takes the place of Battle Aura Release, which is a pretty common attack on the deck, especially with these outwits. You can flip your Risky Gamble with Battle Aura Release to draw, and now your outwit is back up and ready to go. But Determined Dive is doing a little bit more of value for your long strings. And then Hardened Fist is kind of taking the place of Signal Shot here. Both of them are a little similar, except the death symbol already is so clogged on mid blocks that maybe Hardened Fist being a 1 low block was the decision point to go with that one over Signal Shot. But yeah, there's still a lot of even
that
just on the death symbol, you can go in so many different directions.
I think that was a solid turn 2 by getting rid of the backup and just building out a bigger board. You now are I can now have it. We can now have Jake can walk into the showdown we've been holding since our opening hand, which looks like it's about to happen.
Yeah, we are walking straight into it, and getting a pretty wide stage early is going to take the pressure off of us on building later, which means that we can hold more cards in hand. Which if these two players are locals, then John has played against Bakugo probably many times and understands the importance of never going to below 3 in hand and passing back.
Yeah, we're looking at the situation here. Yep, there it is. Going for this block.
Let's see what we commit down. Probably at least the pushing the advantage, and we're going for the foresight.
I mean, it's either that or the face. I mean, it's that or the face down, because aerial recon. If we play a second attack, we can just ready the aerial recon.
Right.
I think now we're looking at. I think we're doing a sweeping check. I think if they're immediately, they think their first attack is all right, what's going on here? Sweeping check.
Yeah, what kind of targets are there? There's the SWAT, which kind of gets back those 2 foundations from that showdown committed, but only for 1 turn, and hurts our build. But the double rabble rousing instead of the sweeping daggers.
We gotta commit one for that, don't we? No, we don't.
No, it's not a 5.
No, it's not 5. Yeah.
Yeah, so we get to clear one here. And then if we'd put sweeping, copy Colossus, build 2, we're in a pretty good spot.
We're gonna push right through this. That's the crazy part. It's like, yep, you have that big board and a showdown. I'm fine. You're good. Nope, no worries here.
Yeah, and double rabble rousing is great for like the 2 damage on strings, but it's actually almost not the card that Bakugo wants to. It is, but like Bakugo needs to be drawing cards right now and keeping a healthy stage, and rabble rousing isn't doing either of those 2 things. So while it's a great opener and it's a great double rabble rousing is great on a kill turn, it's not necessarily great on a value turn. See what happens here.
Go for the full block here. Give it 1. I think I still want that. I still, if we have, I think we're gonna fire a sweeping. Yep. Check's a 5. Clean.
Yeah, if there's a SWAT in the discard pile, we're
go get the SWAT. I think it's the SWAT here. The thing is, the SWAT we know of is in momentum right now. So I think we're taking.
Yeah, there might not be one. Yeah, there's really nothing great to grab. Maybe you do the falling heel strike to
go and flip something and get some speed. Yeah. We'll flip our committed force. We unflip. We do an unflip here. Oh, we unflip the coaching. I love that's great.
Is there a card in John's hand? Because that we can force them to draw a random one. Although I don't think Bakugo can extend too much further after this one. Going on a 6, checking a 3 would pretty much commit us out. Peak has a very healthy stage to deal 30 on the backswing. I think we probably call it good here. Yeah, and the build comes.
We got a normalcy on the board, and we got a momentum. I think we take this chart and get out. Yeah, I think this is the right situation. We did make. I mean, we made John use a lot of resources in that turn. This might actually help us out in the long run. I think right now the biggest. I think we screwed our SWAT though. We might be off to the. Yeah, we're off to the races again.
Yeah, this is with the right draw, this is a very dangerous position for Bakugo. I could easily see 30 damage being dealt this turn.
Yeah. One good thing to note is like here's a thing of information because obviously they have open deck lists. Knowing the second showdown is gone, if you get the turn pass back, it's like it's like all right, I don't have to fear the showdowns this time. For the next turn, if we get the turn back too, we have to get that.
Yeah. Far. And one thing to keep in mind is like enormous acts with peak. A lot of times it gets pigeonholed in players' brains that, oh, this is just my free blow up for building one and effectively readying a foundation and letting my character get a free sacrifice. But it also can commit for +4 damage if we have 4 face downs, which the pushing the limits could flip to draw a card. It wouldn't be too difficult to get to 4 face downs, and then that 4 damage could end up mattering.
Mm-hmm.
This does have powerful 4 as well. If John gets the sense that this is not going to be blocked, the momentum can be dumped into it.
But we have a normalcy up. I mean, we could.
Oh, that's true.
We could do that to bait the normalcy.
Yeah, but the normalcy gets used now, and it's on the speed, not on the damage.
Yep.
Interesting here.
And I don't look. That hand looks very gray again.
I know that. Yeah, this really does feel like a repeat of game one, where if John had the right hand, it could definitely deal 30, but does not look like the right hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised we didn't use pushing the limits already to draw another card, see if we can find another attack.
Yeah. I think we're gonna send here and I thought we froze for a second. Like everything, like even the hand froze. I'm like, I had to look for a vibration of the hand here.
Yeah, they're confirming something, but I can't tell what.
Yep.
Let's see, what's the best low block that Bakugo has? Because this is still 5 speed. That's pretty decent. I mean, if you try and block on like a 7 and check a 3, it's not a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
If blocking on an 8, check a 5. We needed that 5. Oh, they were confirming something in momentum.
Yep.
Yeah, good decision not to put the momentum into powerful. Okay, we're going to go dive. We're going to get to draw 2 cards off of this, one off the attack, one off of pushing the limits. And man, we wish we had drawn into that dive we just checked.
Yep. And we drew a foundation, built the face down. We'll sack.
See, sacking that Luna ring is why I really like Signal Shot and Peak, or Tavern Landing, or one of these attacks that pulls foundations from your stage to your hand, because there's so often that Peak has face down attacks there, and we're seeing this Peak another face down attack. So both of those SWAT cards were face down attacks, and Peak is desperately wishing those were in its hand, in their hand.
Looks like we are putting a lot of damage on this. We're activating everything, but we still have not pushed the limits. We're not pushing here. I think we don't. We're not trying to. Yeah, we're just gonna build out again. I think we're just like, let's just rebuild. Like the one thing is we can't go to deadlock because the rabble rousing just like can blow up our 2 best foundations, and then we have a problem again.
Yeah, so we'll get to at least build 2 here. Getting a draw foundation in with settling old debts, although I do not think that Bakugo's at 6 foundations.
I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The debt is off. It's still not active, and we're just gonna build the 10. I have to definitely say that there's a golden horseshoe here for Jake, because I really think every time John's like, wow, John has the perfect opening, 2 attacks, all my draws, nothing. And you look at the face down starts showing up. It's like, well, all those face downs are attacks. Darn.
Yeah, everything is kind of coming up Jake's way in the end. We see an ambush thrust in hand. And so a lead rabble rousing. We know that we can ambush thrust and grab the momentum back to our hand. I think the momentum is that sweeping daggers, and now there is a SWAT and discard to go grab.
Yep.
So that could be a nice play. We know that John does not have another showdown. It's still going to be difficult to deal 23 because of moment of normalcy.
But I think everything now, with everything being +2 damage for the turn, I think it's all we're hoping for here. We're like, hey, you could. The thing is there's not. Okay, we got some draws here, which is good.
Yeah, Ambition of Irwin Smith is putting in a lot of work in this matchup, effectively getting us 2 cards per turn cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Enough.
Double up. They just come in pairs, man. They're just like, here, we're going in together. John's gotta be like, again.
Yeah, this is all 4 rabble rousings for the game.
Yep.
Found here. And we use the once per turn on Bakugo. We know that we can ambush thrust another attack. I mean, this turn could get really, really scary here.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
double
especially,
rabble rousing. Yeah.
Yeah, with those draws, we drew off pushing the advantage. We're double checking the momentum here. And we're like, I dare he's like, I dare you to try to block another attack. Is it like all we need is like, find another reboot. We found a reboot somewhere in this chain. Like, oh, good luck.
Yeah, I will say that this matchup I expect it to be like pretty Bakugo favored. But Peak's been doing a great job of just staying on the speed side, keeping a very, very healthy amount of cards in hand. Like it hasn't been actually that bad for Peak, but what's happening is Peak just can't find the gas on their turn, and then Bakugo draws into rabble rousing twice over.
Yep.
And Ambush Thrust is a really cool card to put in this deck. It's been putting in some work.
Yeah, it allows us to poke more efficiently. And like it's like, all right, I poked on 1 and 2. I poked on my turn 2. I go get that momentum back. Here comes the scowl. I think we're deciding, is it the aerial?
Yeah, checking a 3 here. I guess we can re-ready aerial recon, right? Because we're going to force them to, if they have 2 or less cards. No, this does not force them to discard a card.
Yeah, it's just draws.
Yeah.
I think we were deciding if we were going to find a way to peak. I don't know what we're hoping for there. But
yeah, if we had gone ambush thrust, we could add the sweeping daggers back to hand, play the sweeping daggers, add the copy Colossus SWAT, and then you could maybe play the irate scowl as another attack after that. But as it is now, going for that ambush thrust on a 6 with only 2 ready foundations is going to be a little dicey. And then you can't pass the sweeping daggers to copy the SWAT.
All right, we're drawing now.
I don't think we have a low block in hand.
Yep.
That's the other benefit of scowls, is just to give a little bit of zone mix up. Don't make it so obvious that everything's highs and a little bit of mids.
Yeah, that's the one thing about this that I like, is like, hey, it's built into the deck of this. Hey, I have to play all these different. I'm playing a high attack because that's what it is. I'm playing a mid because it's efficient. Like his kit itself is so well designed. Of just like, hey, I'm playing all different zones. You got to play through them. But we're making like we had to go both of the. We had to blow up both our axes. Like enormous axe going down. Like that's what we're trying to kill with that card. And we had to blow both of them up to live.
Yeah, if this turn ends here for attacking and Jake just builds a little bit, that has to feel so bad though, to get rid of both of your 3rd and 4th copy of rabble rousing.
Yep.
It's going to be very difficult to push 21 through without those.
Yeah. I think now we're looking at like, hey, is it time to like, do we try to fire off a sweeping dagger? And like, we'll go +1. If we play the sweeping dagger, we check a 5 because we have no 6 checks. There's no 6 checks in this deck at all. We commit 1, build 2 fresh ones. We can get 2 attack. We can play 1 more attack roughly with that plan.
Yeah, I don't mind copying the Tri-Gravity Beam just in case John's got a really good attack in hand, get it. Like that's offense that turns into pretty good defense.
That might be the play here. If we have the dagger, you might just dagger for the dagger and strip a card, because I think we did an attack count there too, and he's like, you have like less than, I think we're like sub 6, we're sub 5 attacks in the deck right now, and that's what from like visual knowledge, like That's not good situation. Going like when you have looks, I'm gonna guess close to 20 cards left, and you have only 5 attacks left. Like I'm fine with it. Like I'm fine passing back into that situation, but I'd rather make sure you're not holding something important or key to this plan.
Yeah. What I like about Peak in this scenario is how much this character has morphed. If you just kind of looked at like this string blocking and a number of cards in hand, you would think this is like a Rodan or something.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
does not
trading-
feel like the peaks that we saw earlier.
Well, we're gonna go with the ambush thrust. I think we're just like, hey, I need something to connect here. I think that's what we're trying now.
If we pick up the sweeping daggers now and we play the sweeping daggers and check a 5 on it, we could still pass it.
But I don't know what we're doing beyond that. Like if this hits for 9, this hits for the full 9. I don't know if we have anything though off the dagger to get us to lethal though. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think it would get to lethal, but I think we're feeling the like that Peak has put the brakes on us so much that we're just desperate to push through some damage.
Yeah.
We're sacking for more damage using ambush thrust since we have since our rival has more committed than ready.
Yep.
And a full block coming in here. This is 4 blocks played against Bakugo. Just John's putting on a clinic of how to defend against this character.
Are we going for the dagger? Okay, we're not. So we're not going that deep, are we?
Checking a 2 on it.
Yeah.
It was passable if we committed our character and foundation, but yeah, this is getting to a honestly, knowing that we've now played all 4 rabble rousings, and because we've been so aggressive with our attack lines, we have not taken the time to build up a healthy stage. Like even though Peak hasn't been drawing particularly hot, it feels almost like an unwinnable game state for Bakugo. Like
I think we have 3 attacks now. The thing is like I don't think we have. Yeah, we are still at 5. We are not letting Settle the Debts be active. We're like, nope, that's not. You don't get that free draw.
Yeah, and anti-Titan artillery is going to take down the Always Cool eventually. So the Luna Ring, when the Luna Ring, even if it's played only as the 3rd attack, it's still going to get minimum plus 6 damage. That gets it to 11 plus the 3 from Peak. That gets it to 14. Bakugo's only at 18 right now. I don't see a world in which Bakugo lives this turn. I think Luna Ring says this is over. Maybe if Jake had the benefit of being able to wait on the Always Cool, but he just doesn't. Okay, leading Falling Heel Strike. I haven't kept too much track of what the face downs are, so I don't really know what the best candidate to unflip is. Let's see what he grabs. I could see it being a draw. And that's what we're doing. We're going to unflip, pushing the limits. Let us find a 4th attack. I don't think it'll be needed. But it's something. And the stun 1. And then if this hits, we're anti-Titan to always cool down. So we're basically forcing like the 1 block of the turn is probably going to happen right now. Blow up the field with doubt, respond ambition. We're going to get to draw again. That's the thing. Yeah, this ambition of Irvin Smith effectively turns Peak into an 8-hander.
Yeah. Being able to protect that card. That card just stayed live for so long over this whole game. Like it just was another way to value long term.
Yeah, it's a totally different game when that gets built. And that's why John's running 3 of it and not 2 of it, even though it's unique.
Why not? All right, so I really don't see.
No, maybe if Bakugo has a Filled with Doubt and they play Filled with Doubt on the Luna Ring, they can stay alive.
I mean, that's the hope.
Yeah, it has to be something
Like,
from hand.
whatever. Like, this is all right. We're at 13. We'll commit the last foundation. I mean, this is plus. Starts at 4, 6, 9, 12. This is 1 off lethal.
Yeah.
With the powerful, it's 1 off lethal, I think.
Yeah, it starts off as 4. We get it to 7. This gets it. No, I think it gets to exactly lethal. Thanks to anti-Titan artillery.
Oh yeah.
That gets it the 1 last damage needed. So this is most likely game. This is going to go to a game 3. Both players are going to take a 5-minute bathroom break for the viewers.
Hey, they put the request in. They're like, hey, can we do this? We need a break. Yep, he's just picking it up. All right. Game number 3. Well, David, we kind of saw like that we kind of got exactly what we were hoping for in that matchup. We weren't able to break serve. We kind of got tossed back and forth, but instead of going in and just going in on 2, John decided, I'm gonna build out, I'm gonna make you come to me, and you're gonna walk into the showdown, and then I'm gonna build out it, and then like I'm gonna
Mhm.
and every time you play, like, they did the right thing. They got rid of the backup. Getting rid of Kiyomi as soon as they hit the board was the right line. It sucks they had to use a SWAT to do it, but sometimes that's what you got to do.
Yeah, that really showed the now I can't even think of the word, how versatile Peak is. And sometimes I can kill you on turn 2 and I can just add 3 damage to everything and play these SWATs, lightning rods, build up a huge stage. Sometimes I can do a Rodan impression where, thanks to ambition, I'm like an 8-hander. I give -3 speed to all of your things and I could just lock you down. And then thanks to cards like Showdown, being able to selectively commit 2 on defense, that can kind of open up, that can break through a wall that was built for the long game. I mean, Bakugo 4 is not really putting up a wall, but theoretically against other characters that are, Showdown can commit down their best defensive pieces. Ambition of Irwin Smith can sacrifice itself to commit down one of your rivals' defensive pieces. So we really see that like Pete can be this turn 2 character, Pete can be a turn 10 character, and anywhere in between. John kind of expertly changing up how he plays the character to combat Bakugo 4. What would you expect game 3? Bakugo 4, I think this is the first time he gets to go first. He went second. Both games 1 and 2. Do you think that's going to matter a lot here for game 3?
I think we're just looking for the 5 we're looking for the 5 build. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a strong 5 build. We are trying to find pushing the advantage. We're trying to find all of our draws. We're trying to find latent skills. We are looking for Botons. We're looking for pushing the advantage. We're trying to, and we're just like, we're just trying to, we want a nice deep hand. We don't want to check out. We want to find then on turn 2. We want to find at least a rabble to lead with. And we want to, I think we're objectiving. We don't want to kill up. We're not going to be able to defeat on, we're not going to win this on 2, but put them once again in that situation of like sub 10 health where every attack at that point has to be fully blocked or you're just dead. And that's when we want to put that situation back in place.
Yeah, and going first, Peak doesn't get the opportunity to just build a really nice stage and take all the pressure off their hand. It's going to be pretty difficult on Peak's build turn 2. I need to build enough to get lots of blocks off and keep my character fueled, but I also need to keep at least 3 cards in hand against Bakugo so that I could just get 2 blocks off. And if Bakugo rips another double, if he gets a build 5 off and then rips double rebuke again, it's going to be very, very uncomfortable for Peak.
Yeah, that is we're going to see what happens here. I mean, I'm not too concerned. I really hope we're going to see. I think I'm still pushing the Bakugo as the upside here. I think we just got to be a little more considerate with the usage of the rabble rousings to only there's maybe a situation where hey, you just got to build. Your hand says you have 3 attacks, 3 foundations. I think it's a build 3 foundations line still. Let's see if they can come to you in this situation. Right, Peak is gonna do its thing.
Yeah, that game 2, it did feel like Jake was kind of in need of pumping the brakes at some point and taking a build turn. But I think the fear is if I take a build turn, Peak is just going to continue amassing this crazy value stage. And so it was, it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't position that Jake was put in. Going first, changing everything. The players are back, shuffling up. The Melbourne Regional coming down to a game 3.
Yeah. We were double checking our sideboards here, just making sure maybe we need to bring something in. Interesting. So when they sideboarded last game, they took out all but one of their Kiyomis. And now they're like, you know what? I'm going to put those back in. I think I'm going first. I want to find this on my 1 so that we have the turn. So now we're looking for I think we actually would mulligan for that backup because Pete can't get rid of it on their turn 1, which is the saving grace. So we should be trying to find the line of I need to get this on. I need that one backup on 1, and so we can go a lot deeper into our first turn.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's effectively 2 foundations when you build it. It's also effectively 2 cards, just whichever one of those you like. Like we saw in the game 2, rabble rousing is great for damage and starting your string in that sense, but it's not drawing, it's not readying. Kiyomi's doing both of those things. Yeah. So really, really kind of covering up for the weaknesses of leading off rabble rousing. Let's see. The sideboard decisions are made.
All right. We're gonna see here. Let's see what the decks have decided to divine here for this matchup. I want to see another back and forth though. I mean, at the game 1, we got that little bit of leeway. Game 2, it was definitely a back and forth, and just eventually Pete gets up and over on this. I'm hoping we're just gonna end up here with Jake and John going back, where it's not like a one-sided match here. I mean, it'd be awesome because Jake finally gets to beat his final boss for this to win and wins a regional. That's awesome. But I don't know, maybe we're ready to enter the peak UniVersus era.
Yeah, and you definitely have the when there's a specific player that you just have trouble beating, or a specific matchup that you have trouble when you lose the game 2, the doubts start to creep in. You're feeling really good after game 1. Okay, I just need to win one of these next 2, and then you lose game 2, and a lot of self-doubt comes in of like, I knew this was going to happen, here it goes again. And you have to kind of protect your mind from being tilted. You have to be like a golfer, and just don't let one bad hole lead to another one and another one. And I think if this game is going to go Jake's way, it needs to go pretty quickly. So, like you said, you want to win early, or you at least want to knock Peak down to 10-ish health and have constant pressure be able to be put on the character.
Mm-hmm. I was about to make a golf movie reference, David, but I think you're too young for the movie. I was about to make a Tin Cup reference, and I don't think David even was old enough for that movie.
I don't think I've ever watched a golf movie either.
Oh.
I watched round 4 of most of the majors, but I can't say I've watched. I can't say I've watched a heavy dose of golf movies.
All right, here we go. We're ready. We filled enough time here. They got their bathroom breaks in. They got their shuffle up. They got they got the sideboarding. We're off to the races here.
Yeah, that was about as thoroughly shuffled as you could possibly be, and a really nice hand ripped for Bakugo. I mean, that looks like a build 5 to me.
Yeah, and it's so low to the curve. It's like it's everything we're looking for, and we're gonna get 3 foundations in before we start checking 2. We're start checking beyond the 2. It looks like we're gonna get a 3 safety build. It looks like I think we even have an explosive. So our 2 checks are even leaner in this for this matchup.
Yeah, we love ripping a 2-check early, or it might be a vial seizing, but either way, yeah, a build 5 plus keep an attack in hand for a nice. So now it's pretty easy to draw into gas on turn 2, and that turn 2 is going to be really, really important here. Aerial recon is one that we like to see.
Yep.
So these ones are guaranteed. Check 3 straight vial seizings. And we have a vial seizing in hand. So all 4 vial seizings in the first 9 cards.
Yep. Not where they want to be, but he's like, really? On a 5?
Yeah.
All right. Keep going. What? On a 5? There we go. There's the 5 build. We'll take it.
Yeah, that is exactly what you said Jake needed to win this game. Build 5 plus 1 in hand.
Oh, we got our wall counter again. The spiciest, the most double-minded. He's like, I need that wall counter immediately. Guess what? Got it. It's all yours.
Yeah, and we got our answer on Desperate Struggle. It did come out of the side.
Mm-hmm. He's just looking at that. He's like, man, really? Again?
Well, that's a good thing for Jake too. You know, if you get your vial seizings out of the way, that just means your rabble rousings are still in there. You know, you got all 4, and now your deck isn't 60 cards, it's 50 cards. Or 51 cards. No, it should be 49 cards remaining. So pretty good chance of ripping some rebukes and some rabble rousings off the top.
Yep. Looks like we have a filled without ready and waiting. I would expect that is going to be for a rabble rousing if we lead off with it. Because I would not but you also you're literally you're just going a card to prevent a lot of damage. Here we go. He's like, well, here's my vial. What do you got?
Yeah, I think it could also go a long way with rebuke, just to keep that second card pool clear from happening. The second discard, but at the same time, Filled with Doubt does have a real cost here of just being a card in hand, and Bakugo's already taxing your cards in hand, so it's not going to feel great to play it here unless we had a lot more card draw on stage. But we did not build an Ambition of Irwin Smith this time.
No, we did not get the nut high draw. We got the Ambition of Irwin Smith. We're like, oh no, here we go again. But we're just gonna poke away here. We're like, all right. Are we going to commit out for this?
Yeah, if that costs the Desperate Struggle, it doesn't. We get to keep the Desperate Struggle ready. Okay, so, but this is an opportunity for Jake to do some serious damage here. Take Peak down to that 10 to 15 health range and keep Peak on their back foot for the rest of the game.
I think he's asking what's in the discard pile. He's like he's thinking about this for a moment. Like, you gotta copy. Like, you obviously want to. Okay, we're going to see. Like, it's like we're gonna play the game of like, oh, do you have something?
Yeah, but that means Peak never gets to block again because one card gets used for Filled with Doubt, one card gets discarded to Bakugo. And I suppose we were saying, well, what are the odds we really were blocking again? We're really just kind of entirely depend on that desperate struggle. What would go really hard here is any sort of stun on a follow-up move.
Like, we just drew a card. Oh, we did. We didn't get this. Here's the thing: we got the in and out. We like, hey, we took one of their attacks off their hand that they were holding. Would have been great to get the desperate struggle off the board early, yes. But I think we still just want to. I think we want to build. I don't know why we would sit here and hold right now. I would want to build as deep. I want to build as deep as we can, where we feel safe.
Like, yeah, I'm 100% with you. I would want to build several cards from my hand here. Build 2 definitely feels a little too respectful. When we know we're going to have to play a long attack string later. I think I would have definitely gone for one more build after that. It does feel like a pretty big missed opportunity. Knows that it was the perfect turn 1 for Bakugo. And then one more attack there would have taken Peak down to about 15-ish, and that would have been a huge deal. But now Peak draws into we have the wall counter, we have a determined dive, we drew into Ambition of Irwin Smith. Peak can really take control of this game at this point.
Yeah, we're gonna get the draw card here and build. Like, I would have loved to have been able to have a Filled with Doubt for that. That's the one I would have like. All right, no. I would give up a card in hand for like no build, no draw. What do you got? I think once again we're in a posturing mode again. Look at that. We're just gonna.
Going for the damage now. It definitely feels like a little early to go for the damage because Bakugo was holding cards in hand as if they're planning to block 2 things. And so I'm not sure about blowing up to get the damage that early when the damage could really matter later in the game.
Like, we're really committing. Like, we used I'm with you. We used our damage bow. Like, I'm surprised. I'm expecting we're gonna blow up that other that committed foundation for speed here. It's like, hey, I want this to connect.
Yeah, we blew up the I'm with you, but we're choosing to pass without the speed. Interesting decision. It's going to get full block. Check the 3. This is where, like, if you had given 3 speed and they checked the 3, could be in business. That would be 3 more foundations from Bakugo's stage. But I think Peak is probably just going to build.
We got the second struggle. We're going to double up on struggles here. Checks a 3. Not the worst thing. But if we don't... Oh, we got the roll. Here we go. The rolling 3s.
Yeah, it's giving Bakugo an opening. But I have to imagine that Bakugo's cards in hands are probably not attacks. Otherwise, there would have been another one played. So that means that Bakugo's going to be stuck with 1 non-attack card going into their draw step.
True.
And that's another reason why a build there at the end would have really helped. Man, a third straight 3 check.
We're really trying to pass with a ready. Yeah. Oh, we're okay. We're just gonna prioritize having a desperate struggle up. I definitely could see the wheels were turning of like, well, I want to pass so I can use my enhance to build a foundation during their turn. But that was just not on the cards here.
Oh, interesting. It looks like I think Jake was actually clutching an ambush thrust, and he opted not to play it on the turn 2 because there was no momentum to pick up. So even though he could have...
He probably could have gotten a good poke. Oh, we're doing the. I see what's going on now. We're ready to lead with the thrust and be like, I don't want to lead with. I wouldn't want to lead with thrust if it's necessary. Like I bet we, but if it's the only line here to like get everything going, because we need the sweeping to really get things on moving.
Yeah, what do we have
But
to dig?
We got Rabble. We'll take it.
Yeah, rabble into ambush thrust into what is that other? What is the momentum again?
Sweeping. Into sweeping
Sweeping.
dagger. That's perfect. That right there. Like we'll take this start here.
You know the other benefit, the hidden benefit of choosing determined dive instead of battle or release for peak is that sweeping daggers would love to copy battle or release, get a draw off, get 4 damage, but sweeping daggers hates copying determined dive.
Yep.
You can't do it because you don't have wall counters.
Ooh. Yeah, let's see what we can do here with this rabble rousing. I want to see what the I liked it. We're just gonna take this. We're just like, hey, I'll take it on the chin. It's not. We don't have a lot of you have no bonuses floating.
Yeah, I would rather take the early ones.
That's fine. That's the right spot to check that 3 right there. Now we're gonna be able to ready the aerial recons.
Yeah, we can ready them, or we can look at their. If they were ready, yeah, we could flip and look at our opponent's hand.
Yep.
If we were, ever just had maybe one more attack and needed them not to have the right attack zone, does have that second ability, but they get readied here. Yeah, so it's as if we basically checked a 5. Peak is going to
draw that free card. All right, so we're in the. We gotta use the cart titan to side to just be adapt. Just like, hey, I gotta trade foundation for -3 speed, so I can block comfortably on each of these attacks. But that's a good situation to be in. I don't know about you. I want my opponent. If I'm gonna be aggressive this turn, and my opponent's just gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna go just start blowing up more and more foundations. I'm all for it.
Yeah, so far a very successful turn from Bakugo. We got an attack through, putting Peak to 18 health. Peak has blown up a little bit of their stage so that they can't backswing as consistently. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see. So
partial block on that.
Yeah,
we get a poke in even also. That's great. I almost want a sweeping here.
Yeah, the ambush thrust is going to go and be more momentum. Sweeping does come down. Checks a 5 on it, keeping the stage healthy. What would you copy?
Do we have anything?
Maybe we have like a face down latent skill. I don't think so, but that would be nice to unflip.
I think it's gonna be because we want to unflip the Botons. We have a boat because that's so we can dig. I'm pretty
like
sure
baby latent skill.
Yeah, we'll take Botons for this one.
Let's see. And then over on John's side, we know he has the mid block in hand. He has the Luna Ring, but do you use the Luna Ring? Luna Ring's your very best kill card. You almost never have to worry about the always cools thanks to artillery. So do you just eat this so that you can sculpt into your turn, or do you block with it?
All right, we're pressuring. We flipped for -1 for +2. The -1 +2.
Yeah, this is now a 7 mid 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be, I mean, do we want to blow up a foundation? Because yeah, I think taking it was the right answer to keep the Luna Ring, because you'd have to blow up a foundation for -3 speed and then block with your Luna Ring in hand. Both of those would just feel really, really bad. But it looks like we have more gas, so the Irate Scout goes down, and we half blocked that ambush thrust with a low block. Do we have a second low block in hand?
All right, let's immediately draw a card. Let's do, because we know we have it up. So this is a good situation of, yeah, we filter first. I think we filter to try to find, and we like, because right now it's like, okay, I will do my bonus. I'll do my +3 speed, +2 damage.
The Desperate Struggles are kind of feeling a little useless here. Like, we're using a Desperate Struggle just for -3 speed because we're all the way down to 10 health, and now it's going to be a half block.
We get to draw a card here because detailing the plan says respond when you block, draw a card. If it's a throw, you take no damage. You take no damage.
So you still get the draw no matter what, which matters a lot here.
Yep. All right. Okay, here we go again. We're coming in hot with another one.
Man, John is probably just kicking himself using that low block on ambush thrust.
Yep.
All the way down to 6th health. Desperate Struggle resetting damage helps a little bit, but not.
If we have done one more attack, if we have the right to, like, we have to use this for minus speed again.
I think he might reset the damage and just take it down to, yeah. So now he'll live at 2 health.
Yeah. So he doesn't block. Here goes to 2. I mean, I'm happy to be at 30 and they're at 1.
Or he goes down to 1.
Dagger?
Yeah.
Dagger for the game. Dagger for I think, because there's I wouldn't. Oh, you would have done it if you had you would have fired off the dagger. So we just need some defense, like with any defense we want to try to build here.
Yeah, we know Peak has the. Well, we don't know that, but you and I know that Peak has the Luna Ring, so 30 damage is possible. A double always cool. I wouldn't have failed it.
Oh, I would have committed for that.
I think so too. That way, Anti-Titan can only take down 1.
Yep.
I guess you could rebuild in another Anti-Titan artillery, but there has to be more in the deck. Like most Peaks, I find that 2 is the sweet spot. That you really don't want to clog your deck with 3 Anti-Titan artilleries. I could see some Peaks doing that. Like in this scenario, we saw Peak. Yeah. I mean, John we
drew the other artillery.
Yeah, they're terrible to draw into. So I find 2 to be the right number, but and I'm not sure how much are being played here. Actually, I'd have to go check the list.
All right, so it looks like we've got 3 attacks in hand to start. We're gonna start with dive.
Yeah, then the question is going to be, because we have a Trigrav and a Luna Ring. We like to play the Luna Rings last to get the damage as high as possible, but the Trigrav really wants to be played third as well. So, and we just drew off of Determined Dive. We drew a Showdown. That could matter. And then we'll draw off of Ambition here. We're really hoping to see one more attack.
So this is 3 speed. Ambition. Yeah, because I flip up here. We'll commit and build.
Yeah, this does not look like a lethal.
It looks it looks like a, hey, I can poke here. I will say we poke with this, and then we just build. And the problem is we can't. The one thing is we can't build we can't go building a deadlock, or we just get rabble rousing, because we've always seen 1 checked and 1 played.
Yeah, and we have to keep the cards in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see attack, pass turn, and then we have the Showdown ready, and then we need to get a couple good attacks through, and then just depend on showdown to stop the aggression over on Bakugo. Keep enough cards in hand to get 3 or 4 blocks, and see that nice turn. The problem is that Peak has to not only get some good damage in on off pokes here to get Bakugo within killing range, but also has to play absolutely perfect defense.
Yeah. We're gonna fire off the Lunar Ring. Oh, checks. Checks a 3 here.
I like this though, because this means that we can use Trigrav on the next one. It's going to be dangerous going for another 6. But it means that we can rip an attack out of Bakugo's hand, which ripping an ambush thrust out of hand would feel really, really good.
Yeah. All right, we're time to throw the stats together. Here we go.
Yeah, this is going to get to...
And I want to check something on...
I mean, the Tri-Gravity Beam can get to, let's see, it's 5 base. If you removed something, which a lot of these cards do remove as effect, then you get an extra 2 to 7. Pete gives 3. That makes 10. Yeah, it's not going to quite get lethal. So now we have to... I mean, we still play it for the defensive application, though, of ripping something from hand.
Yeah.
We could see both of these characters basically at sub 5 health after this attack.
We sure could be. We sure could be. Yep. Oh, no hold either. Like there's like, yep, we're just stripping cards.
And now removing a card actually helps Bakugo because
yeah.
Now they can review that one card in hand and then draw a full 6. I guess they could have just purposely failed a block too, but the Trigrav effect really didn't do anything.
Well, we left them with a +3 up. Here's the thing: is we left them with a +3 mid, and
I think they were both low.
I thought it was.
Let's see.
Oh, that's a low. Yep. Sorry, yeah. That is a low, but it's enough to partial go to 10.
Yeah. Now here's the perfect defense. Let's hope
we can't block with that, so we might as well build it.
But Jake is breathing a huge sigh of relief. Thought he was dead there, going down to 10. Or thought that John was probably on check a 5 to win. I still think it was the right move to go for the Tri-Gravity Beam.
Yeah.
But now we're certainly not on our best stage of this round.
We have a lot of momentum. Like, we have a lot of powerful. I don't think we have any EX though in this attack lineup.
Yeah, we're hoping that we draw into Luna
Luna. Can we just
Luna
and win? Can we just play the Luna? Draw Luna, win. It's like, well, it's not exactly a win because they could still respond. They could still play Fill with Doubt and steal it, and then you're just like, well, that was a bad idea.
I don't think he drew anything.
Oh.
That feels terrible.
Yep.
Yeah, because as soon as he drew his cards, he immediately put his elbow on his table as if he was kind of annoyed at his hand. And, you give yourself 5 seconds to be annoyed at your hand, and then you start to process, okay, what do I need to do?
Always the thing here. I mean, here's the thing. I really want to see if John, the thing is, if John is just sitting on all these, he's sitting on 4 cards in hand, and they're all like, we only get to draw 3 here. Like, I think we just play these 2 and pass.
Yeah, we review the anti-Titan artillery, and so it's actually not like Bakugo, I'm sure, is feeling terrible, but it's not the worst.
No.
It's almost a high-level play just to build, and because John doesn't have a choice. He has to hold all those cards in hand.
He knows his first attack is only going to get a speed bonus, not damage. Like that, I think we might not realize it, but the heads-up play might actually be, yeah, we're going to review here, draw 3.
Because, like, if we had only drawn 2 attacks and then we played the 2 attacks and they got blocked, and then Pete gets to draw 6, Pete is in such a better position.
Yeah. think we drew 2 attacks. We got I think it's a hardened fist and it might be a hardened fist and a gouge. I can't tell what the other one is.
Yeah, the gouge can definitely present lethal. I think the fist could too with a single I'm with you.
Oh, it might be double fist. Yeah, that looks like double fist. It's 2 fists and a detail in the plan. That was the draw.
At least we can survive against the Lunatiheras now.
Yeah. The problem is now it's deciding if we just go after the backup or not. That is actually a situation that actually might be. If because here's the thing is, if I say you play the first one. I think you go for the face. I think you do this. You play your first attack. The first attack goes for the face. You use all your draw tricks. See if you beta block or not. If it gets blocked, you send the second one at the backup.
I don't mind either just throwing one at the backup because it means that Bakugo's not allowed to block it. They can't block for their backup. And we know that Bakugo is sitting on 4 foundations.
Yeah.
And so let's not give him an opportunity to get one of those cards out of hand. It's a very similar play to what just happened to Peak is,
yeah.
Hey, you can only draw 3 cards this turn instead of a full 6. So it's kind of hard for us to tell what's being declared as being attacked here.
Yeah. But we are going to use we're going to have +3/3 with +3 speed and replace and draw a card. What I want to know is, did we draw something?
Yeah. I wonder if Bakugo goes ahead and uses the latent skill too. To dig on their rival's turn and just ensure that we're not going to blank again.
Build. Right, 7 foundations here. I think our foundation in hand.
Oh, he was going after the backup.
Yeah.
The backup gets killed. He wasn't allowed to block. So see, I think I would have latent skilled on that turn just to turn the 2 of those 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And try and dig, because now we're at, if we draw 3 gray ones again, we don't even get the chance to latent skill on our turn. Yeah, I think that was a pretty good heads up play by John. Hey, we don't have lethal. Let's go ahead and kill the backup, and then I suspect we see a build out here. Probably just a build 1 or build 2.
Yeah. Because we got to cover all our zones safely.
Yeah, and that hardened fist is going to be our irate scowl block. All right, the loss of consciousness puts pressure on the latent skill to be the very first enhance used.
Yep, we got to do that. Like, I think that's going to be. I hope we don't. We draw an attack here to play. We don't tunnel and do things do like the first enhance. I think the other thing we're getting scared about is we're about to cycle and we have 4 attacks any momentum.
Could you imagine if this just got brought up in the chat? Could you imagine if a sweeping daggers burned 1 here?
Oh, that's not good.
If the latent skill had been used on defense, yeah,
maybe we could have gone deeper.
Yeah, we would have at least seen an extra 2 cards beyond these 3. But yeah, just another all gray. We rebuild in Kiyomi.
Like, I think we build a Kiyomi plus a. Watch this. Well, in about. We weren't gonna fight. We were gonna see it anyways.
The deck is cursed.
Yeah.
Everything was going Jake's way on that game 1 too, and everything has not been going his way here. But
once again, I think looking back at John, we only have two attacks again.
Yeah, hardened fist and a tri gravity beam. I mean, these decks are just
We need
deciding
this-
that they do not want to kill.
Yeah. Like this is the situation where we're starting to decide, okay, how many what's left of our I do not want to Botons on that. You don't defensively Botons to this. I am willing to accept we should be latent skilling here, though.
Yeah, we don't want to let our rival dig for attacks.
Are we sealing?
What
Let's
is
draw
the
first.
steal?
Sealing, always cool.
It's an interesting one. I don't mind it.
Maybe we drew attack here. Maybe we drew the...
Yeah, it depends on what Ambition gave us.
Yeah, this is the situation of... I think Invasion gave us a foundation.
Yeah, I think I would have sealed the latent skill instead of the always cool. I understand like always cool is the most powerful defensive resource in the stage, but
I think we're baiting the Luna. Like we're baiting, like we're doing the thing I said what you do with the Luna ring is like you just start counting. You start putting numbers together. Like make them think you have it.
let's see. Jake needs to be careful.
This is coming to face. Okay. Check a 3.
Yeah, we probably have at best 1 block left. Oh, there's a final slash in hand, and we are at 10 health.
Okay.
Could we see a final slash, or is it final slash or the last slash? Something along those lines.
It's the final slash. Here it comes.
Could this be the final slash of the tournament? It could get to 8 damage, and I'm with you. Could make this lethal. And he has it. This is going to be lethal.
And intense, so it's like gotta block again.
Yeah, I'm sensing that with that Trigrav earlier in hand, I'm sensing that even if this is blocked, Trigrav should... Trigrav's 7 damage since we removed a card this turn, plus 3 from peak. That makes it 10. So both this attack and the next one are going to be lethal. Jake has to manage to either block twice or block once and then have like a filled with doubt.
So here's what we get to do. We're gonna Bakugo clear the Botons. Respond with Kiyomi to ready 1 foundation and ready both of the aerials. So we get to ready 3 here.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's not as dead in the water as I thought.
So we have a ready 3. We have 1 ready 3. We're going to commit the Botons. Okay, that's it. That's what I expected. All right, so we clear. We ready Botons and we ready the aerials. Right? Isn't it because it's on.
Oh, it's on them discarding.
It's
not
on them
you
discarding. Nope. Okay. I'm overthinking.
Yeah, still not in a comfortable
believe the final
situation.
slash might be the finisher here. That's amazing.
Oh, we're blocking with the filled with doubt, and he can't pass it. The final slash is the final slash of the tournament.
Well,
what a poetic ending to this. Peak coming back. Jake once again falls to his final boss. Can't quite get over the hump. Came so close, 1 health away. Just a sweeping daggers kills there. Removing a sweeping daggers. Just a throw killed the turn before. Can't find it.
final slash stonks on the rise. That's the overnight in the States. What do you? This is the AOT format. We are playing one of all of these, like all these cards. They're amazing cards. You only need 1 though. Congratulations to John on the victory. the beginning, the peak era of UniVersus has begun, and the first shots have been fired in the OCE. I mean, it's going to be interesting. This format this weekend definitely showed there's a new death order monstrosity that exists, and it likes to flip over and over again, which is awesome.
Yeah, the peak era has begun. I imagine that this is not going to be Peak's last regional victory, in all honesty. Probably going to be a very popular character across the board. It's fun to press all those buttons, to continually transform, and to never feel like you're truly out of a game, to be able to adapt your play style. John putting on an absolute clinic of how to stay patient and work your way into kill turns eventually, and on how to play defense against a Bakugo that was constantly putting pressure on him until Jake's deck said, I'm just not going to do it anymore.
Yep.
I am just not going to work.
Yep, that happens. That's UniVersus for you. You're even when everybody says like, oh, you draw so many cards there at the start of your turn in this game, you're always just going to find a way to win. I'm like, we're drawing 3 extra cards. We're drawing 3 cards there. We found no attack. We needed 1 attack to enable everything, and we just couldn't get that.
Yeah, we could have dug 3 cards in if we could have just found 1, and it wouldn't give it to us. So that's it. That's it from Melbourne. Congratulations to our winner, John, and for Peak, taking down a regional right out of the gate, just 2 weeks after release, getting to hang with the old dogs like Bakugo 4 and take them down. I had a really great time. Jesse, any final things before we send everybody off?
Pop's tired. I'll tell you that much. I want to say additional thanks to our third here in the booth for the weekend, Tam Carmwell. Always appreciate getting him on to join us for the stream weekend. Thanks to Loco also for being our man on the ground there in Melbourne. I'm out of it. David, I think it's time for sleep. Don't you think?
Yeah, it is past midnight over here, Central Time, past 1 a.m. over there on the East Coast. That's going to do it for Melbourne, our first Attack on Titan Apocalypse regional. If you stuck through and watched this whole top 8, I hope you had an absolute blast. I thought all of those rounds were very, very fun. They were well played, lots of decision points that ended up truly mattering. And in the end, that's all you can really ask for. Until next time, until Louisville in July, we will see you guys later.
Have a good night.